Chapter 956. What's going on? Golden Thunder Leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the top of the pit. His eyes were full of suspicion. Why did another black shadow suddenly appear? Qin Feiyang endured the pain, touched the wound on his back, and also looked up at the top of the pit. His eyes were emitting cold, murderous intent. This place fell into a short period of dead silence. Deity. Soon. A series of footsteps sounded above the pit, approaching from afar. Very soon. That black shadow appeared in the sight of Qin Feiyang and Golden Thunder Leopard. It's you. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. That's right. It was the black-clothed youth he met in front of the martial arts treasury. Yes, it's me. The black-clothed youth stood above the pit, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger was stained with purple-gold blood. Obviously. The black-clothed youth used this dagger to sneak attack Qin Feiyang. Why did you sneak attack me? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Because I don't accept it. You're just an ant in the 9th area. Why are you valued by the Chief Tower Master? The black-clothed youth's expression was a bit ferocious, and his whole body emitted a shocking bloody aura. So it's because of jealousy. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Who are you? How do you know I'm in the White Tiger Mountain Range? Only Elder Wang and Chu Xian knew that he was hunting in the White Tiger Mountain Range. But Elder Wang and Chu Xian didn't have any grudges with him, so they shouldn't harm him. Could it be a coincidence? Who am I? Hearing Qin Feiyang's question, the black-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed and said, You've been in the Chief Tower for so long, but you don't even know who I am. Am I so invisible? Qin Feiyang frowned. Listening to what he said, this person's status in the Chief Tower was not low. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be pretending, the black-clothed youth became even more angry and shouted, Listen up, I'm the king of the 2nd tower, Wu Shan. So it's you. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Wu Shan sneered, Remember my name, because soon you will die in my hands. So confident. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Stop pretending. Although I did not see the entire process of your battle with the Golden Thunder Leopard, I can tell from your injuries that you are already at the end of your road. In addition to my sneak attack on you at the end, I'm afraid that even a 9-star war sect can easily take care of you now. Wu Shan sneered. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Why is it that in this world, there are always some people who like to act smart? Indeed. If it was an ordinary person, after a bloody battle with the Golden Lightning Leopard and then being ambushed, they would have been crippled. However, was he, Qin Feiyang, an ordinary person? He had the battle formula protecting him. It had purple-gold dragon blood. He had even fused with the flame of life. These seemingly serious injuries were not even worth mentioning to him. In just a short while, the wound on his back had already scabbed over. More than half of the injuries from the battle with the Golden Lightning Leopard had been healed. However, since Wu Shan liked to act smart, then there was no harm in satisfying him. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, All right, since you've already seen through me, then I won't pretend anymore. Just tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? You should have done this earlier. Wu Shan laughed sarcastically, lowered his head to look at the purple-gold dragon blood on the dagger, and said, Answer my first question first. Why is your blood purple gold? I was born like this. I don't know even if you ask me. Qin Feiyang said. Wu Shan raised his eyebrows, and said, The second question, why were you able to break through to the War Sage realm in such a short period of time? Why else? Of course it's because my talent is good. But you, why haven't I received any news that you've broken through to the War Sage realm? Or are you deliberately hiding it? But that doesn't make sense. Every disciple of the main tower yearns to enter the sacred grounds. Once they break through, they will immediately report it. If you're really hiding it on purpose, then you must have some unspeakable secret. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes, paying attention to the changes in Wu Shan's expression. For some reason, the bloody aura exuding from Wu Shan's body always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And it made him feel repulsed, disgusted, and even disgusted. Hearing this, Wu Shan's gaze turned cold, and said, You have to understand, I'm the one asking you now. All right, continue. Qin Feiyang was somewhat helpless. The third question. Although I did not see the entire process of your battle with the Golden Thunder Leopard, I clearly saw when you activated your battle soul. Your Sword Soul and Fire Lotus are exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's battle soul in the legends. Tell me, are you Qin Feiyang? Wu Shan's eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang? Who is this? The Golden Thunder Leopard was slightly stunned, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, its eyes filled with suspicion. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He was actually seen by this person. Then this person must not be left alive. Next. He looked at the Golden Thunder Leopard and blurted out, an unforgivable person. Ooh. After saying this, he was stunned. Why did it sound so strange? Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that after pretending to be an ancestor for a long time, even he himself began to hate himself. He raised his head to look at Wu Shan, and said, "If I say that I am Qin Feiyang, will you let me go? What do you think?" Wu Shan smiled sinisterly. "It seems that I won't." "That's true. If it wasn't for me messing up the situation, that fire Qilin would have already become your Qilin tribe's clan guarding beast." "Right. There's also a person called Wu Xiao, who died quite miserably. As far as I know, he's the young master of your Qilin tribe. I just don't know, who is he to you?" Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. "It really is you." Wu Shan's eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't admit it. Haha, I didn't expect this. Qin Feiyang, who is wanted by the Mu Jiao and the Pagoda, is actually under everyone's nose. Even the Pagoda Lord wants to accept you as a pro-disciple. What a joke." Wu Shan laughed again and again, his eyes full of ridicule. "This is a mockery of the Mu Jiao and the Pagoda. Haha." Qin Feiyang slowly got up and said, "Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing." "Then what do you want? Kill me to silence me? But now, do you have the ability to do so?" Wu Shan crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. "Then you have to be ready." Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, his feet moved and instantly appeared in front of Wu Shan. "What? This speed?" The smile on Wu Shan's face suddenly froze. "Since you already know that I am Qin Feiyang, then you should know how terrible my means are." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He raised his left arm and casually threw out a punch. "Don't try to intimidate me." Wu Shan was furious, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and punched towards Qin Feiyang. He doesn't believe that Qin Feiyang really has the strength to fight with him. Boom. The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang, who has the battle secret art to protect his body, stood firmly on the ground and did not move. On the other hand, Wu Shan was blown away on the spot, blood spurted from his mouth, and with a loud bang, he smashed into a broken ditch not far away. This power, impossible, absolutely impossible. He was lying on the ground with his hands on the ground, looking up at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of disbelief. "I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Now you're surprised." Qin Feiyang stepped forward, walking towards Wu Shan as he laughed. "Teasing me?" Wu Shan was stunned. Following closely, his face contorted in anger. He was actually teasing him. What did he think he was? A monkey? A clown? "You are a 1-star battle saint. I am also a 1-star battle saint." He slowly got up from the ground, his face was extremely ferocious. "Yes, we are both 1-star battle saints, so what?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I don't believe that I can't kill you when you are injured." Wu Shan's body shook, and his whole body was burning with flames. These flames were formed by battle force. It also carried a faint aura of a Qilin. It seemed that there was the power of the Qilin bloodline in his body. Following closely, he waved his hand, and the flames around him rushed up to the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge flaming sword appeared. The huge sword was hundreds of feet long, and its body was surrounded by flames, illuminating half the sky. On the blade, there was a Qilin pattern. "Qilin sword, slash." Following that, Wu Shan roared, and the huge sword slashed towards Qin Feiyang with an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder. "Perfect battle art," Qin Feiyang muttered, his eyes full of disdain. If it was any other 1-star battle saint, They would definitely not dare to face that huge sword head-on. But Qin Feiyang even had a divine art, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this so-called Qilin sword. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. Ever since I mastered the divine dragon technique, I haven't used it in a real battle. Now, I'll use you to test my saber. Qin Feiyang placed his hands in front of his chest and formed a seal. Streaks of purple-gold dragon energy quickly gathered between his hands. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized square seal condensed, emitting a resplendent purple-gold divine light. And at the bottom of the square seal, there was a purple-gold divine dragon. That's right. This was the first move of the divine dragon technique, divine dragon seal. How powerful are you exactly? Qin Feiyang muttered, suddenly looked up at Wu Shan, waved his arm, and the divine dragon seal broke through the sky. Woo-woo. Roar. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, as if a divine dragon really was born. At the same time, the divine dragon seal expanded in the wind, and in an instant, it was like a towering mountain, colliding with the Qilin sword. That mighty dragon's might swept across the sky, causing countless beasts to tremble. In less than a blink of an eye, the divine dragon seal and the Qilin sword collided. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the sky, the Qilin sword was instantly shattered by the divine dragon seal like a withered tree. There wasn't even the slightest bit of resistance, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. Puff! Wu Shan's face instantly turned pale, his body shook violently, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the divine dragon seal, his face filled with disbelief. At the same cultivation level, with the same level of battle art, how could it possibly crush his Qilin sword? He didn't associate the divine dragon seal with a divine art at all, and thought that the divine dragon seal was a perfect battle art like the Qilin sword. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. No matter who it was, no one would think that the divine dragon seal was a divine art. Chapter 957. Crushing. Qin Feiyang was very satisfied with this. From now on, this divine dragon secret art would undoubtedly be his trump card. So strong. At the same time, the Golden Thunder Leopard was also deeply shocked by Qin Feiyang's methods. It was only now that it understood that Qin Feiyang did not use his full strength when fighting with it. This person was really hiding his strength. Could he still have other tricks up his sleeve? The Golden Thunder Leopard could not help but wonder. If Qin Feiyang had used these trump cards from the beginning, it would have been defeated long ago. I am a dignified king, how can I be defeated by you? Wu Shan, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly roared and erupted with an aura that was even stronger than before. Roar. Next. Accompanied by a loud beast roar, a Qilin rushed out from behind Wu Shan. That was not a real Qilin, but Wu Shan's battle soul. It was also not a fire Qilin, but a black Qilin. Its entire body was burning with pitch-black flames, like a demonic flame, filled with a gloomy aura. But even so, it was shocking enough. Because the black Qilin was the same as the fire Qilin, they were both divine beasts. And among the divine beasts, the black Qilin's status was comparable to the golden dragon. You're just an ant, how dare you challenge my majesty, go to hell. Innate divine ability, roaring sky. Wu Shan was hysterical as if he had gone mad. As soon as his voice fell, the black Qilin roared at Qin Feiyang in the sky. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave emerged, like a rolling torrent, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! Crack! The already broken ground once again crazily cracked open, and abyss after abyss spread out. For a moment, the plains sank, chasms appeared everywhere, and a sandstorm swept through the sky. It was shocking. At the same time, under the impact of the sound wave, Qin Feiyang's ears also spurted blood like arrows, and his mind rumbled. Damn it, why is one stronger than the other? The Golden Thunder Leopard was extremely angry, dragging its seriously injured body and frantically fleeing. The sound wave was too terrifying, shattering the earth. Even the mountain range outside the plains was destroyed. Towering trees rose from the ground and filled the sky. Mountain ridges collapsed one after another, and countless ferocious beasts were implicated, dying tragically on the spot. Jejje, now you know how powerful I am. Today, You will definitely die. No, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and refine you into a pill so that you can never reincarnate. Wu Shan laughed sinisterly. Refining it into a medicinal pill? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How could Wu Shan say something like that? Could it be? Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of the blood demon pill. This was because only the blood demon pill required human flesh and blood. I understand. Why does the smell of blood on his body make me feel disgusted, familiar, and disgusted? So it's because of this blood demon pill. Qin Feiyang abruptly raised his head and looked at Wu Shan, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The purple-gold dragon aura surged wildly from his body, and in an instant, a purple-gold divine dragon was born. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, covered in dragon scales and shining brightly. Although it was condensed from battle chi, its demeanor and appearance were exactly the same as a real purple-gold divine dragon. For someone like you, even if I destroy your bones and scatter your ashes, it will still be difficult to vent my hatred. Competing in sound wave attacks, is it? You're still far from it. Divine Dragon Art, Second Style, Divine Dragon Roar. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. The purple-gold divine dragon turned in the air and let out a loud dragon roar at Wu Shan and the Ink Chelin. Roar, immediately. A sound wave was born and instantly shattered the sound wave released by the Ink Chelin. It could be said to be unstoppable. Wu Shan turned pale with fright. The power of this dragon roar was actually more terrifying than the Ink Chelin's innate ability. Was he dreaming? One had to know. This was an innate ability. The innate ability of a battle soul would basically be stronger than a battle art by a level. A powerful battle soul's innate ability was even stronger than a perfect battle art. And his Ink Chelin's innate ability belonged to this level. Therefore, even if this Divine Dragon Art, Second Style, Divine Dragon Roar was a perfect battle art, it was impossible to defeat the innate ability of the Ink Chelin. Wu Shan could not figure it out. Why was Qin Feiyang's method so strange? Qin Feiyang said coldly, when fighting with me, being distracted will cause you to lose your life. Wu Shan shuddered and suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately felt a fatal danger. The sound wave released by the purple-gold divine dragon had already pounced in front of him. It was too late to dodge now. Ah! Roar! The sound wave enveloped over and Wu Shan screamed in pain on the spot. His body was instantly mangled and blood splattered everywhere. The Ink Chelin also let out a wail and was directly crushed into pieces by the sound wave. Amazing! The golden thunder leopard that was fleeing could not help but be secretly speechless when it turned back to see this scene. Its fear of Qin Feiyang deepened. No, I definitely can't fall into his hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely suffer. It muttered to itself and used its extreme speed to escape towards the mountain stream in the distance without looking back. You still want to run now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. With a thought, the double-winged snow eagle appeared out of thin air and said, I want it alive. Piece of cake. The double-winged snow eagle laughed and a pair of light wings appeared. It turned into a bright stream of light and chased after the golden thunder leopard. The light wings were the double-winged snow eagle's battle soul, comparable to a perfect auxiliary battle art. Although the golden thunder leopard's speed was comparable to a perfect auxiliary battle art, it was heavily injured and could not unleash its full potential. Therefore, the double-winged snow eagle's speed was now one level faster than it. What the hell? There's still a helper. At the same time, seeing the double-winged snow eagle appear, the golden thunder leopard's eyes widened and ran even faster. Seeing that you're running so hard, do you want me to give you a pair of wings? The double-winged snow eagle continued to approach with a playful look in its eyes. Humph! What are you so arrogant for? If you have the guts, wait until I've recovered from my injuries and then compete in speed. The golden thunder leopard snorted, feeling extremely sullen. It could tell at a glance that the double-winged snow eagle was a 2-star battle saint. If it was not injured, with the double-winged snow eagle's speed, it would only be eating dust. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and mocked. Why don't you say wait until you've broken through to the Battle Emperor realm? Don't you know that there's a saying, take advantage of your weakness? You're so stupid that it's cute. Damn, you're the stupid one. Not only are you stupid, your whole family is stupid. The Golden Thunder Leopard scolded continuously. Damn, say it again if you have the guts. The double-winged snow eagle roared. So what if I say it, bite me? The Golden Thunder Leopard was not to be outdone. It turned around and looked at the double-winged snow eagle provocatively. Looking at the two beasts chasing each other, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel weak both physically and mentally. This was supposed to be an exciting chase, but now it had been turned into a shouting match by these two beasts. Both of them were the best. Following closely, his eyes turned cold and he looked up at Wu Shan. He saw Wu Shan falling from the sky. Not only was his body covered in wounds, but his life force was also almost gone. Finally, with a loud bang, Wu Shan fell to the ground, creating a large crater. The little bit of life energy that remained immediately dissipated. He died just like that. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Wasn't this too easy to beat up? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The second form of the divine dragon's roar was also a divine art, so it was not rare for it to kill Wu Shan in an instant. He walked up and grabbed Wu Shan's cosmos bag. He lowered his head and carefully searched. Found it. A moment later, his eyes lit up. A few pills flew out of the cosmos bag and floated in front of him. These pills were blood red in color and had two pill patterns on them. They emitted a strong smell of blood. It was the blood demon pill. I never thought that there would be someone who could refine the blood demon pill in this forgotten land. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the few blood demon pills shattered. Then, he crushed the cosmos bag and glanced at Wu Shan's corpse. He hated this kind of person from the bottom of his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to cut him into pieces. Soon, the double-winged snow eagle came back with the Golden Thunder Leopard. Although the Golden Thunder Leopard was a prisoner, it was still arguing with the double-winged snow eagle. Bang! After flying back, the double-winged snow eagle threw the Golden Thunder Leopard at Qin Feiyang's feet. Then, the double-winged snow eagle grew to the size of a palm and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. It looked at the Golden Thunder Leopard maliciously. We made a bet first. Why are you running away now? Qin Feiyang looked at it and frowned. Tumphh, cut the crap. Today, I am unlucky to have fallen into your hands. Kill me if you want. The Golden Thunder Leopard glared at the double-winged snow eagle and snorted at Qin Feiyang. You have a backbone. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to the double-winged snow eagle, destroy its cultivation. Okay. The double-winged snow eagle waved its claws and a ray of battle chi flew into the Golden Thunder Leopard's body. Ah, the Golden Thunder Leopard howled in pain. It glared at the man and the eagle and roared, I would rather die than be humiliated. Don't go too far. Yes, I am. So what? The double-winged snow eagle sneered. The Golden Thunder Leopard was furious. It roared, bastard, let's fight one-on-one if you dare. One-on-one? That's exactly what I want. The double-winged snow eagle laughed evilly and rushed up to the Golden Thunder Leopard to beat it up. Bastard, this is not fair. The Golden Thunder Leopard roared again and again. Its lungs were about to explode. The double-winged snow eagle slapped the Golden Thunder Leopard's mouth with its claws. It said disdainfully, you want to be fair? Ridiculous. The Golden Thunder Leopard lost its temper. It finally realized that the double-winged snow eagle was not a good bird. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This Golden Thunder Leopard was quite fun. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a seal of slavery appeared. Then, it flew into the Golden Thunder Leopard's head like lightning. The Golden Thunder Leopard screamed and asked in surprise, what did you do to me? Kid, you're lucky. This is called the seal of slavery. If you dare to do anything stupid in the future, Qin Feiyang can erase your soul with just a thought, no matter where you hide. And Qin Feiyang can also peek into your inner thoughts. The double-winged snow eagle gloated. This, the Golden Thunder Leopard was stunned. How could this be called lucky? It was simply unlucky. Qin Feiyang laughed, don't be nervous. As long as you do as I say, I won't hurt you. What do you want me to do? Chapter 958. Qin Feiyang took out spirit sea pills, essence soul pills, and healing pills and threw them to the Golden Thunder Leopard. He then said, I need 55 one-star sacred beasts. 2-star sacred beasts are fine too. Phew. The golden thunder leopard heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not killed, it was fine. After taking the 3 pills, it asked doubtfully, why do you need so many sacred beasts? Of course, to exchange them for contribution points. Qin Feiyang said. I understand. You deliberately came to find me and then waited for me to help you gather the sacred beasts. The golden thunder leopard said angrily. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Qin Feiyang laughed. What a treacherous bastard. The golden thunder leopard stared at him and then roared. Dong. At that moment, the earth shook. Numerous saint beasts of different sizes were charging over from all directions. Aya, why was I so stupid? When I was fighting with this person, I should have asked them to help. Looking at the group of sacred beasts, the golden thunder leopard could not help but be angry. The sacred beasts in this area were all its little brothers. As long as it gave the order, they would immediately help it beat up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and said lightly, even if you ask them to help, you won't be able to run away. En. The golden thunder leopard looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He could actually peek into its inner thoughts. The 2-winged snow eagle joked, don't tell me you think we are joking with you. Humph. The golden thunder leopard snorted and did not say anything more. But in its heart, it was extremely painful. To think that it, the dignified emperor of this area, was reduced to a human slave. How sad. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and could not help laughing. He asked, where is the pool here? There is a lake not far from the south. The golden thunder leopard said powerlessly. Look after it, I will go wash up. Qin Feiyang whispered to the double-winged snow eagle. Then, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared to the south. A moment later, he was back. The bloodstains on his body had been washed away, and he had changed into a clean set of clothes. He looked clean, neat, and refreshed. By the time he returned, there were already over 100 saint beasts gathered around him. He scanned them one by one. There were giant beasts as big as mountains and flying insects as small as fists. The golden-scaled dragon python that he had first encountered was also among them. Wu Shan's body had also disappeared, leaving behind only a pool of blood. It was obvious that he had been eaten by the beasts. The golden thunder leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, this emperor can let them go with you, but this emperor is determined not to go. Why? Qin Feiyang asked. I've said it before. My parents and a few of my brothers died in the hands of you humans. Therefore, I only have hatred for you humans. The golden lightning leopard said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, but I have a condition. Say it. The golden thunder leopard said. What you saw today, you are not allowed to mention it to anyone. And your group of little brothers, you have to keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, I will wash you with blood. Don't doubt whether I have the ability or not. Qin Feiyang said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The golden thunder leopard's pupils shrank, and he nodded, that's not a problem. It's best if you don't have a problem. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, opened a portal, and said, let your little brother go in. The golden thunder leopard shouted, if you want to go to the main tower to enjoy life, hurry up and go in. Enjoy life. Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other. However, thinking about it carefully, these beasts entering the main tower were indeed enjoying life. Because, all the beasts that were captured alive would be released in the mountains deep in the main tower. Qin Feiyang had also been to the depths. There was no killing, no disputes, and it could be said to be carefree. However, hearing the golden thunder leopard's words, all the beasts protested. Although they could be carefree, once they entered the main tower, it was equivalent to staying there for the rest of their lives and losing their freedom. The sacred beasts had spirituality and wisdom. Naturally, they also yearned for freedom. Do you want to die? Hurry up. The golden thunder leopard raised his eyebrows and shouted impatiently, showing the might of an emperor. Immediately, one by one, the one-star sacred beasts shrank their bodies and flew toward the portal reluctantly. As for the 2-star sacred beasts, they retreated to the side under the golden thunder leopard signal. The Golden Thunder Leopard did this because he wanted to preserve the strength of this area. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand. All the beasts stopped in the void and turned to look at him suspiciously. For the sake of safety, I think it's better to control all of you. Relax your body and mind, don't resist. Qin Feiyang said, and his hands quickly formed seals. 55 slavery seals appeared one after another, and then entered the skulls of 55 one-star sacred beasts. This included the golden-scaled dragon python. After the slavery seals were completed, Qin Feiyang put down his hands and said with a smile, "You can go in now." With the slavery seals, the 55 one-star sacred beasts had no choice but to enter the portal one after another. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the double-winged snow eagle to the ancient castle. Then, he looked at the Golden Thunder Leopard and said with a smile, "Thank you, we'll meet again." Who the hell would meet you again? A row of black lines appeared on the Golden Thunder Leopard's forehead. He waved his paws impatiently and said, get lost, and don't come back again." Qin Feiyang chuckled as he turned around and stepped into the portal. Wait a minute. However, the Golden Thunder Leopard seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted at Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. Damn it. I actually didn't let him remove the slavery seal, I'm so stupid. Seeing the portal disappear, the Golden Thunder Leopard was about to collapse. At the same time, the martial arts treasury. Elder Wang sat in front of the pagoda. In the square in front of the pagoda, a few disciples stood together, each holding a stone box and a jade slip. Their eyes were filled with disappointment. Obviously, they had just come out from the martial arts treasury and they were very dissatisfied with the combat arts that they had obtained. Bang! Suddenly, many terrifying sacred beasts appeared in the sky above the martial arts treasury. What is happening? The few disciples looked up at the sky almost at the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Why are there so many sacred beasts? Is this a beast tide? In the sky, many sacred beasts appeared out of thin air and their sacred aura spread in all directions. Not only the few people in the square, but the nearby disciples were also alarmed. They looked up at the sky and their eyes were filled with horror. Beast tide. Elder Wang opened his eyes and looked up at the sacred beasts that appeared out of thin air. 1 beast. 10 beasts. 20 beasts. 30 beasts. 40 beasts. 55 beast. In the end, Elder Wang could not help but be shocked. 55 sacred beasts appeared at the same time. Whose masterpiece was this? As the guardian of the martial arts treasury, he naturally could not think that this was a beast tide like those disciples. And in the Forgotten Continent, there were no fierce beasts that dared to barge into the main pagoda. So, this must have been captured alive by some disciple. However, to be able to capture 55 sacred beasts in one go, this was the first time in the history of the main pagoda. Who could it be? Who had such great ability? Finally, a white figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. It's him. Elder Wang was startled. Ancestor Mu. Did he catch all these sacred beasts? Oh my god, isn't he a 9-star war sect? How could he have this ability? The disciples were in an uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. Elder Wang, someone must have helped him. Right, a mere 9-star war sect, capturing 55 sacred beasts alive, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Nullified, it must be nullified. The few disciples in the plaza immediately looked at Elder Wang and said angrily. Because Qin Feiyang had deliberately hidden himself, other than Elder Wang, the chief pagoda master and a few others, no one knew that he had already broken through to the War Saint realm. Hearing the words of those disciples, Elder Wang rolled his eyes and ignored them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. You have once again made this old man have a whole new level of respect for you. I was just lucky. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Elder Wang and laughed dryly while rubbing his head. Luck again. Elder Wang's face twitched, and he shook his head. You little fellow, you really are unfathomable. Elder Wang, you can't be thinking of covering up for your ancestor, right? Seeing Elder Wang and Qin Feiyang talking and laughing, the disciples couldn't help but become anxious. Actually, they were jealous. 55 sacred beasts could be exchanged for a total of 5,500 contribution points. To them, this was an astronomical figure. This time, Elder Wang only glanced at those people and didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at those people, his eyes full of ridicule. Did we say something wrong? With your strength, it's impossible to capture so many sacred beasts alive. You're also quite stupid. If you only brought back one sacred beast, we can still reluctantly accept it, but you actually brought back 55. Isn't this equivalent to exposing that someone helped you? We all know that you're about to become the chief pagoda master's disciple, but you can't be so arrogant. That's right, your behavior is simply breaking the rules of the chief pagoda. The few of them ridiculed without restraint. Stupid. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying sacred aura roared out from his body and rushed toward those people. Puff. The few of them immediately spat out blood and retreated, their faces full of shock and horror. This is sacred aura. How is this possible? When did he break through to the Battle Saint realm? Those people who ran over to watch the show were also shocked when they saw Qin Feiyang's saint aura exploding out of his body. Now tell me, are you stupid or am I stupid? Qin Feiyang looked at those people indifferently, the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. We are stupid. Those people were trembling with fear, terrified to the extreme. Qin Feiyang glanced at them disdainfully, retracted his sacred aura, and turned to Elder Wang with a smile. Can I enter the martial arts treasury now? Of course. Give your identity medallion to this old man. Elder Wang said with a smile. The more he looked at the young man in front of him, the more satisfied he was. He could always bring surprises. Qin Feiyang took out his identity token and handed it to Elder Wang with both hands. Elder Wang waved his hand, and a ray of light swept into the identity token. He then smiled. You can go in now. Thank you. Qin Feiyang grabbed the identity token, thanked Elder Wang, and walked toward the door. As for those disciples, as they looked at Qin Feiyang's back, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They wanted to embarrass Qin Feiyang in front of everyone, but they did not expect that they would become clowns instead. Most importantly, they had offended the future Chief Tower Master's disciple. If this person took revenge on them in the future, they would not be able to resist at all. Regret. At this moment, they wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to show off for no reason? Weren't they just looking for trouble? After Qin Feiyang entered the martial arts treasury, Elder Wang looked at them and said, remember this lesson. It will be helpful for your future growth. Yes, yes, yes. They nodded repeatedly. Elder Wang looked at the jade slips in their hands and said, do you want to take these jade slips with you? If not, return them to me. They hurriedly and respectfully handed over the stone box and the jade slip. The highest quality jade slips were only medium-grade battle arts, so they naturally would not take them with them. Elder Wang put away the jade slips and stone box, and returned the contribution points to them. He then soared into the sky and flew toward the mountain range deep in the chief tower with the 55 sacred beasts. Chapter 959. Inside the martial arts treasury, Qin Feiyang went straight to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a tightly shut stone door. In the middle of the stone door, there was a groove, the shape of which was exactly the same as the identity token. Qin Feiyang grabbed the identity token and pressed it into the groove. Buzz. Immediately, the identity token shone brightly. In the next moment, accompanied by a low rumbling sound, the stone door slowly opened. Qin Feiyang put away the identity token and walked in. The second floor was the same as the first floor, with shelves neatly arranged on the four walls, and countless stone boxes were placed on them. Next to him, there was a staircase. This was the entrance to the third floor, and there was also a tightly shut stone door. You're back so soon? Just as Qin Feiyang was about to take out the jade scroll, a familiar voice entered his ears. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a beautiful figure standing in a corner, looking at him with a smile. Chu Xian. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet you again. It seems that I have to admit that we are really fated. Hee hee. Chu Xian smiled faintly and asked, How was your harvest in the White Tiger Mountain Range? Not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, what about you? Did you get the battle art you wanted? No. Since I came back from the White Tiger Mountain Range, this is already my third time here, but the best battle art I got was only a mid-tier auxiliary battle art. Chu Xian said with a disappointed face. Don't be discouraged, you will meet again. Qin Feiyang comforted, and suddenly thought of something, and said, by the way, did you tell anyone that I was in the White Tiger Mountain Range? No. Why do you ask? Chu Xian was puzzled. Just asking casually, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled and shook his head, then walked to the center of the second floor and scanned the stone boxes on the shelf. Chu Xian also turned around and looked at the few stone boxes on the shelf in front of her. For a moment, she hesitated, not knowing which one to choose. Suddenly, she turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, why don't you help me pick one? Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Chu Xian sighed, I really don't have much confidence in myself. Don't worry, even if you help me pick out a low-tier battle art, I won't blame you. Qin Feiyang walked to Chu Xian's side and looked at the stone boxes. He didn't dare to make a decision. It's okay. You can choose whatever you want. Chu Xian smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at her. Although this woman appeared very relaxed, he could tell that she was still quite nervous. This is it. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang pointed at a stone box. Chu Xian glanced at the stone box and asked, are you sure? This is all about luck. There's nothing to hesitate about. Qin Feiyang laughed. Then, he grabbed the stone box and handed it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian gritted her teeth, took the stone box, and immediately opened the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, Chu Xian disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang. On the entire second floor, only Qin Feiyang was left. Qin Feiyang also immediately took out the soul refining technique jade slip, and then let go of his hand. The jade slip floated in the air. About 10 breaths passed. The jade slip suddenly moved on its own and flew to a shelf on the left. It really works. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed him. In the end, the jade slip stopped above a stone box. Qin Feiyang glanced at the stone box, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to grab the stone box and opened the lid. Inside the stone box, there was a jade slip lying quietly. What's going on? However, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with shock. What surprised him was not the jade slip, but that after opening the stone box, he was not expelled from the martial arts treasure house. Could it be that Elder Wang opened a back door for him? After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the only explanation that made sense. Then, he threw this question aside, took out the jade slip, and immersed his mind into it. A moment later, a bright light burst out from his eyes. The battle art in the jade slip was indeed the second part of the soul refining technique. You're right. Qin Feiyang smiled, put away the jade slip, and walked to the third floor. Outside, Elder Wang had returned. The disciples who mocked Qin Feiyang were still standing in the square. Chu Xian was also there. At this moment, she was holding a jade slip, and her beautiful face was full of joy. Elder Wang looked at her suspiciously for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems that you finally got the battle art you wanted." Chu Xian did not answer. She went forward and handed the stone box to Elder Wang, and then put away the jade slip. Elder Wang shook his head and smiled, and did not ask further. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a woman in red flew through the air and landed in front of Elder Wang. The woman was beautiful. Her dress was slightly transparent, and her skin was faintly visible. She looked very sexy and enchanting. She also had a nice body fragrance on her. Who is she? What an unfamiliar face. Her aura is also very strong. She should be a battle sage. Chu Xian and the other disciples looked at the woman in red in surprise. The woman in red glanced at Chu Xian and the others, and there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. She was also extremely arrogant. Then, she looked at Elder Wang and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Wang. What are you doing in the martial arts treasury?" Elder Wang was stunned and asked. He obviously knew this woman. "Look at what you're saying. Can't disciples of the sacred grounds enter the martial arts treasury? The woman said with a smile, and there was a trace of innate charm in her eyes. She's a disciple of the sacred grounds. Chu Xian and the others were stunned, and there was a trace of respect and envy on their faces. Elder Wang looked at the woman in red with a doting gaze, but it was not obvious. He smiled and said, "Of course, you can go in by yourself." "Okay." The woman in red nodded and walked towards the door with a proud smile. After the woman in red entered the martial arts treasury, Elder Wang looked at Chu Xian and the others and said, "Don't be jealous. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will enter the sacred grounds sooner or later." The few of them immediately clenched their fists, and there was determination in their eyes. Back to Qin Fei Yang. At this moment, he had already reached the 10th floor. In other words, the soul-tampering art was only missing the last part. He was very excited. To an alchemist, increasing his mind power was more important than obtaining a divine art. He opened the stone door to the 10th floor. The contribution points in his identity token were finally depleted. Compared to the 9 floors below, the number of stone boxes on the 10th floor was more than half. There were only about 1,000 of them. The stone boxes were basically covered with a layer of dust. It was obvious that very few people had entered the 10th floor. Qin Fei Yang walked to the center and took out a soul-tampering art jade slip. Because the 10 jade slips were all connected to each other, there was no need to take out the jade slip on the 1st floor. Time passed breath by breath. This time, it took a little longer. About 20 breaths passed. The jade slip flew toward a shelf in front and finally stopped above the 3rd stone box on the 2nd floor. Qin Fei Yang quickly ran over, put away the jade slip, and was about to grab the stone box. Rumble. However, at this moment, the stone door to the 10th floor opened again. Qin Fei Yang turned his head and looked suspiciously. He saw a woman in red walking in hurriedly. What a powerful aura! Qin Fei Yang's pupils shrank. This woman's aura was actually comparable to Yang Wei's. One had to know. Yang Wei was now a 9-star battle saint, one step away from becoming a battle emperor. This also meant that this woman was also a 9-star battle saint. The woman in red naturally saw Qin Fei Yang. She smiled charmingly at Qin Fei Yang and walked straight toward Qin Fei Yang. What's going on? Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. Could it be that this woman was looking for him? But that was not the case. The woman in red walked to Qin Fei Yang's side. Without saying a word, she glanced at the shelf in front of her and directly stretched out her slender hand to grab a stone box. Wait. Qin Fei Yang was stunned and quickly said anxiously. Because the stone box that the woman in red grabbed was the 10th part of the soul refining technique. However, not only did the woman in red not let go of the stone box, but she also put it away. Then, she turned to Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, "You must be Ancestor Mu?" "I am." Qin Fei Yang nodded. The woman in red raised her other hand and hooked Qin Fei Yang's chin. She smiled charmingly and said, "You don't look very good, but why are you so talented? Have I been flirted with?" This was Qin Fei Yang's first reaction. The woman's behavior was frivolous, her eyes were charming, her red lips were sexy, and her body was intoxicating. She was simply a stunner. Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of evil fire rise in his heart, attacking his rationality. He shook his head forcefully and slapped the woman's wrist. When he came into contact with the woman's skin, his mind couldn't help but tremble. Her skin was so smooth and tender. He even grabbed the woman's wrist uncontrollably, unwilling to let go, as if he had been bewitched. Hee. Little brother, did you fall in love with big sister so quickly? The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful body trembled, and she had an indescribable charm. Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but be lost in thought. The woman leaned forward and blew a breath of hot air beside Qin Fei Yang's ear, and said ambiguously, "If you want the jade scroll in this stone box, then come to Longfeng Pavilion to find me tonight." Finished. The woman gently broke free from Qin Fei Yang's big hand, then grabbed another stone box, opened it in an instant, and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Qin Fei Yang again. He stood motionless on the ground, as if he was still immersed in the woman's charm, his eyes infatuated. How could this be? About 10 breaths of time passed. He suddenly quivered and regained his senses. His face was filled with bewilderment. The woman in red was indeed very beautiful. But he had seen quite a few beautiful women before. Especially the mermaid princess. She was a peerless beauty, but even when facing the mermaid princess, he had never been so infatuated. But now, this woman in red had only teased him a little, and he couldn't help but be distracted. Wasn't this too strange? Crap, the jade scroll. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face changed. He grabbed a stone box from the shelf and immediately opened it. The next moment, he appeared in the square in front of the martial arts treasury. Senior apprentice Brother Mu, the few disciples who had mocked Qin Feiyang not long ago, immediately swarmed over. Scram! Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted. The few of them shrank their necks and hurriedly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to pay attention to them at all. He swept his gaze across the square and saw that the woman in red was not there. Chapter 960. What are you looking for? Chu Xian walked up and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Elder Wang was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Xian. Did you see a woman in red? Woman in red? Chu Xian was slightly stunned and asked, are you talking about the disciple from the sacred ground? From the sacred ground? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. After reacting, he said, it should be her. Where is she now? She just opened the portal and left. Chu Xian said. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and his eyes were gloomy. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear and snatch the last part. What's going on? Elder Wang stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Elder Wang and transmitted his voice. She snatched the last part of the soul refining art on the 10th floor. Elder Wang raised his eyebrows. Elder Wang, do you know who she is? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. This, Elder Wang was a little hesitant and his expression was unnatural. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang didn't notice Elder Wang's expression and muttered with his head lowered. What's strange? Elder Wang asked. As soon as she entered the 10th floor, she went straight to the stone box. Obviously, she already knew that the 10th part of the soul refining art was in the stone box. That's the problem. How did she know? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Elder Wang with a questioning look in his eyes. I'm not sure either. I only know that she's a disciple of the sacred ground. Elder Wang shook his head, but his expression became more and more unnatural. Disciple of the sacred ground, Longfeng Pavilion. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. At the same time, Chu Xian looked at him as if she had something to say. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had his head lowered and didn't move for a long time, she couldn't hold it in and transmitted her voice, thank you. Qin Feiyang raised his head suspiciously and asked, thank me for what? The stone box you picked just now contained a perfect battle art. Chu Xian smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had just casually picked a perfect battle art. Wasn't his luck a bit too good? Suddenly, he remembered that before he came out, he had also grabbed a stone box. He lowered his head and looked at the stone box in his hand. Could it also contain a perfect battle art? Next, he opened the stone box, took out the jade slip inside, and immersed his consciousness into it. In the end, he was disappointed. This was only a superior battle art. Perhaps other disciples would still take away a high-tier battle art, but to him, it was completely worthless. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and handed over the jade slip and the stone box to Elder Wang. Then, he quietly asked, I wonder if you have mentioned to anyone that I was hunting in the White Tiger Mountain range? No. What happened? Elder Wang was doubtful. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it wasn't Chu Xian or Elder Wang, then who was it? Was it really a coincidence? Suddenly, Elder Wang said again, oh right, I remember now. After you went to the White Tiger Mountain range, Wu Shan came out from the martial arts treasury and asked me about your whereabouts. I casually told him. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. However, Elder Wang didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't blame him, and of course, he didn't dare to blame him. Then, he secretly thanked Elder Wang, took out the teleportation gate, and prepared to leave. Senior brother Mu, wait. Seeing this, the disciples quickly surrounded him. What? You still want to humiliate yourself? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. We're here waiting for you to come out. We want to apologize to you. We were wrong before. Senior brother Mu, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. The few of them lowered their heads. So you're afraid that I'll take revenge on you? Qin Feiyang came to a realization and a cold smile appeared on his face. The few of them trembled in fear. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who likes to be calculative. Thank you, senior brother Mu. Hearing this, the few of them were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and didn't say anything else. He didn't take them seriously at all. In fact, if they hadn't mentioned it again, he would have forgotten about it. Therefore, there was no such thing as revenge. Besides, it was purely a waste of time to take revenge on them. Taking back the last part of the soul refinement technique was the most important thing. See you again. Then, Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled at Chu Xian. He opened the teleportation gate in his hand and walked in without looking back. After Qin Feiyang left, Chu Xian and the few disciples bowed to Elder Wang and left one after another. After everyone left, Elder Wang's face was immediately filled with anger. He took out the image crystal. Soon, the illusory image of the red-clothed woman appeared. Elder Wang said angrily, "Do you know what you're doing?" "What did I do?" The woman in red looked at him suspiciously. "Still pretending? Tell me, did you snatch the 10th part of the soul refinement technique?" Elder Wang broke the silence. "Yes, can't I?" The woman in red nodded. She wasn't afraid of Elder Wang at all and had a cheeky smile on her face. "Nonsense. I shouldn't have told you the location of the soul refinement technique and that Ancestor Mu obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Pagoda Master." Elder Wang was so angry that he was fuming. The woman in red said, "Why are you angry?" "I'm just a little curious about Ancestor Mu and wanted to play with him." "Is that something to play with? Do you know that he's about to become the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple?" Elder Wang said angrily, "Of course I know about such a big matter. Don't worry, when I'm done playing, I promise to return the 10th part of the soul refinement technique to him." The woman in red giggled. "No, send it to him immediately. This is an order," Elder Wang said with a straight face. "No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it." The woman in red made a face at Elder Wang and directly turned off the image crystal. Elder Wang's face was pitch black and his veins were bulging. In the end, he helplessly put away the image crystal and sighed helplessly. "This damn girl, I've really spoiled her." 1 Tower. Alchemy Room Number 10. Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged in an independent cultivation room, calmly comprehending the 2nd to 9th parts that he had just obtained. But after a while, he opened his eyes with an annoyed expression. Without the 10th part, it was impossible to master this soul refinement technique. He put away the jade scroll, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to young Master Hao. Buzz. A while later, young Master Hao's shadow appeared. Seeing young Master Hao sitting in a tea room, Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "You're still at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" "It's all because I'm waiting for you. It's been half a day. Aren't you done yet?" Young Master Hao said unhappily. "I didn't say that I had to go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly, then nodded and said, "Now that I'm done, give me your coordinates." After young Master Hao gave Qin Feiyang his coordinates, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and directly descended in front of young Master Hao. In the tea room, there was a faint fragrance of tea. Young Master Hao was cleaning the tea set for Qin Feiyang, and laughed, "Sit anywhere." Qin Feiyang glanced at the pavilion. There was only young Master Hao in the entire pavilion, so he sat beside him. "I just received news that you brought back 55 holy beasts. Is that true?" Young Master Hao asked as he poured tea. Qin Feiyang was startled. He shook his head and laughed. "You're quite well informed." "Nonsense, don't you know who I am?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes, pushed the teacup in front of Qin Feiyang, and stretched out his hand. Try it. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. A trace of surprise crept into his eyes. He had been to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion several times, so he was quite familiar with the tea leaves of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the past, the tea leaves were fragrant and sweet, but today's tea leaves had a bitter taste. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sent someone to deliver this to me. Although the taste is bitter, it is said that it can strengthen one's foundation and prolong one's life. Young Master Hao said with a happy and satisfied smile on his face. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was enlightened. He teased. The son of the chief tower master is actually so satisfied with a pot of tea. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Mouths are on other people's faces. If they want to talk, can you stop them? So, as long as you're satisfied, it's fine. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's true, but some things can't be forced. I understand. It's because I understand this that I haven't forced her to do anything. After all, with my identity, if I really want her to do something, she won't dare to not do it. Young Master Hao smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. I really don't understand. There are countless beautiful women in the Forgotten Continent. Why are you so infatuated with her? How should I put it? Anyway, it's a very strange feeling. A cultivation maniac like you won't understand. After young Master Hao finished speaking, a trace of disdain crept into his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, then his face turned serious. Let's talk business. I want to ask you about a person. Who? Young Master Hao picked up the teacup, took a sip and asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The image of the red-clothed woman condensed in the void. Fart. Looking at the red-clothed woman, young Master Hao immediately spat out the tea in his mouth. Isn't this reaction too big? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He asked, who is she? Wait. After young Master Hao came back to his senses, he hurriedly put down the teacup, looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and asked, why are you asking about her? Qin Feiyang said in annoyance, previously in the martial arts treasury, she stole the 10th part of the soul refining technique. Ah. Young Master Hao was stunned, then he laughed. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang frowned. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. Young Master Hao laughed more and more happily. Jackpot? I think it's bad luck. Stop laughing, hurry up and explain. Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I won't laugh. Let me tell you this, anyone who is targeted by her will only end up with a mental breakdown. Young Master Hao said. Is it that scary? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It's even scarier than I said. Moreover, in the entire Forgotten Continent, apart from me, only she dares to mess around in the martial arts treasury. Young Master Hao said. This, Qin Feiyang's face was stunned. This woman had such a great background. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and said, she can't be your father's illegitimate daughter, right? Scram. Young Master Hao's face darkened, and said, this old man is not the kind of person you are talking about, stop talking nonsense. Then hurry up and tell me who she is. Qin Feiyang was somewhat powerless. After talking for a long time, he did not mention a single word about the red-clothed woman's identity. All right. Let me tell you, her name is Wang Yu-er, Elder Wang's granddaughter. And her parents, one is the Tower Master of the Sacred Ground, the other is the Peak Master of the Sacred Ground. The position in the main tower is only second to my father, and their strength is also very terrifying. Young Master Hao said. Elder Wang's granddaughter? Chapter 961. He didn't expect that this woman was related to Elder Wang. Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and asked, you have a good relationship with her too? Sort of. Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then can you help me? No. Young Master Hao waved his hand decisively. I haven't even told you what I want you to help me with, and you refuse like this. Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't you just want me to help you get back the 10th part of the soul refining technique? If it were anyone else, I would definitely agree to help you without hesitation, but Wang Yu-er, I really can't afford to offend her. I can only say that you're on your own. Young Master Hao shook his head with a trace of schadenfreude on his face. Qin Feiyang's head was throbbing. Even young Master Hao kept a respectful distance from her. How difficult was this woman? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and said, "One more thing, is there a ban on refining blood demon pills in the Central Divine Kingdom?" Young Master Hao was shocked and said, "You're not refining blood demon pills, are you?" Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me first. Blood demon pills are absolutely forbidden. This is the order of the first pagoda master." Young Master Hao said solemnly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then what will the consequences be if someone refines it?" "Kill without mercy," young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang laughed. There was a written ban, but Wu Shan still refined the blood demon pill. This was simply playing with fire and burning himself. "Brother, since we're brothers, listen to me. Don't go and refine the blood demon pill. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you," young Master Hao said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I will never touch this kind of pill." Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's good." Young Master Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After being together for so long, he believed in Qin Feiyang's character. Qin Feiyang said again, "But there's something I think I should tell you." "What is it?" young Master Hao asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "Wu Shan is refining the blood demon pill." Young Master Hao was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. "Brother, don't joke around. Wu Shan is a member of the Qilin tribe. He doesn't dare to violate this taboo. Do I look like I'm joking? I won't hide it from you. Before in the White Tiger mountain range, he ran over to sneak attack me. In the end, he was killed by me, and in his cosmos bag, I found a blood demon pill." Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao said, "Show me his Qiankuan bag." Qin Feiyang said, "I crushed the Qiankuan bag and the blood demon pill in a fit of anger." "What a fool. These are all evidence. Why are you crushing them? There is no evidence now. Even if you are telling the truth, who would believe you?" Young Master Hao glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He also hated the blood demon pill. So, he crushed the blood demon pill and the Qiankuan bag out of instinct. Young Master Hao pondered for a while and asked, "Does the Qilin tribe know that Wu Shan refined the blood demon pill?" "I don't know about that." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Young Master Hao said, "This is not a trivial matter. We must investigate it thoroughly. Try to find a way to inquire about it, especially those who are close to Wu Shan." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Hao looked at the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. A waiter walked in with a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine in his hand. I didn't ask for wine." Young Master Hao looked at the waiter suspiciously. "Young Master Hao, the thing is, our young lady knew that young Master Mu was coming, so she asked me to bring you a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine." The waiter smiled. This, young Master Hao's expression froze as he turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang also had a puzzled look on his face. One had to know. He had opened the teleportation gate and directly came to find young Master Hao. How did the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion know? "Please enjoy it slowly." After the waiter placed the wine jar on the tea table, he bowed and left. After the waiter left, young Master Hao suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Tell me honestly, when did you hook up with her?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. "Still playing dumb? When I came to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she gave me a pot of tea, but when you came, she actually gave you a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine. Doesn't this mean that your position in her heart is higher than mine?" Young Master Hao said angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned, so this guy was jealous. However, he couldn't figure out what this lady meant. "You bastard, don't you know that you can't bully your friend's wife? I treated you as a brother in vain." Young Master Hao was about to lose his mind. Seeing that he was about to go berserk, Qin Feiyang hurriedly stood up and said, calm down, calm down." "I can't calm down," young Master Hao shouted. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "I swear, I have nothing to do with her." "Then how do you explain this?" Young Master Hao pointed to the wine jar on the tea table. I'm wondering the same thing. Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be lying, he asked, You really have nothing to do with her? I really don't. I saw her once during the auction of the Dragon Phoenix wine. You know it too, what could have happened? Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly. Bam! Suddenly, another knock on the door rang out. Who is it? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. The door opened and a person stood outside. It was the waiter who had left earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell the two young masters that the young lady sent this jar of Dragon Phoenix wine to congratulate young Master Mu in advance for becoming the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. The waiter said. Is that so? Young Master Hao was stunned. Yes. The waiter nodded, then closed the door and left. Qin Feiyang sat down on the chair, glanced at young Master Hao, and was about to speak. Don't say any more. I was wrong about you. I apologize to you. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang with an awkward expression. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, I think you're really obsessed. Heh heh. Young Master Hao scratched his head and laughed dryly. In order to ease the atmosphere, he said, How are you going to snatch back the 10th part of the soul refining technique from Wang Yu'er? Qin Feiyang said, She asked me to come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to look for her tonight. Young Master Hao's face twitched, and he said in a low voice, Then you have to be careful, she has mastered a type of charm technique that can make any man unknowingly be bewitched by her, and even fall in love with her and die for her. Charm technique. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and he was wondering why he would be obsessed in the martial arts treasury, so it was because of this. But you don't have to worry, she knows that you are about to become my father's disciple, so she won't really hurt you. She probably just wants to tease you. Young Master Hao laughed. Tease me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a teasing smile. Then let's see who will be playing who in the end. In the evening, young Master Hao left. Qin Feiyang sat alone for a while, then got up and walked out of the pavilion, standing at the side of the corridor, scanning the hall below. Ancestor Mu. What is he doing there? He's motionless. Is he waiting for someone? When the guests of the restaurant saw Qin Feiyang, their faces were full of suspicion, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with respect and fear. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, an enchanting figure entered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It was Wang Yu'er. She was wearing a light pink dress that was 3 parts transparent, and her 2 long legs were faintly discernible. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her expression was a little lazy, but she looked extremely charming. Wow! So beautiful. All the men in the hall were stunned in an instant. Even those women were a little mesmerized when they saw Wang Yu'er. Looking at everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang's fear of Wang Yu'er increased a little. In fact, Wang Yu'er was not that kind of devastatingly beautiful woman, and the reason why these people were so mesmerized was entirely because of her charm. Wang Yu'er, who entered the restaurant, glanced at the expressions of those men with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Subsequently, she raised her head and looked up, just in time to see Qin Feiyang standing at the side of the corridor, and immediately beamed with joy. So it's Miss Yu'er, we are honored by your presence. I hope you can forgive me for not going out to meet you. At this time, the steward of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Pang Su, walked out from the back hall. When he saw Wang Yu'er, it was as if he had seen his ancestor, and he immediately went up to greet her. Steward Pang, long time no see. Wang Yu'er retracted her gaze and looked at Pang Su with a smile. That's right, that's right. Pang Su nodded repeatedly, but did not dare to look into Wang Yu'er's eyes. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water, bewitching all living beings and causing them to sink into oblivion. Then it's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me? Wang Yu'er walked towards Pang Su with a smile. Pang Su retreated in a panic while thinking about how to answer this question. Because he knew Wang Yu'er's identity, he could not afford to offend her. Boring. Wang Yu'er pursed her lips and turned to walk upstairs. Phew. What a tormenting little ancestor. Only then did Pang Su let out a long breath. His entire body was already drenched in cold sweat. Then, He hurriedly looked at a waiter beside him and shouted, "Why aren't you arranging a private room for Miss Yu? Yes, yes, yes." The waiter was also mesmerized. Hearing Pang Su's words, he hurriedly chased after Wang Yu. "There's no need." Wang Yu pursed her red lips and looked up at Qin Feiyang. "Silly brother, why are you still standing there? Come and welcome your sister." Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. The waiter also glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Pang Su helplessly. Pang Su also looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, then shook his head at the waiter, indicating that he should not ask for trouble. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang. He stood by the corridor and looked down at Wang Yu without any change in expression. "Do you still want the 10th part of the soul refinement technique?" Wang Yu sent a voice transmission with a hint of threat. Qin Feiyang raised his brows and said indifferently, "Can't you just fly up from this distance?" After saying that, he ignored Wang Yu and turned to enter the private room. What a temper! Not only was Wang Yu not angry, the smile on her face became even brighter. Chapter 962. Whoosh! Wang Yu flashed and landed in front of Qin Feiyang's private room. Then she walked in slowly and closed the door. "Steward Pang, who is she?" Someone in the hall immediately asked. Pang Su said in a deep voice, "She's someone you can't afford to offend." "Can't afford to offend?" Someone was surprised. Pang Su said, "Have you heard of the charm technique?" "Charm technique? I know, she's Wang Yu. Yes, 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 it's her. It's said that she has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Many people have only heard of her but have never seen her." The hall immediately became lively and everyone was talking about it. However, there was dead silence in the private room. Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table and didn't entertain Wang Yu. He just tasted the food by himself. Wang Yu sat opposite Qin Feiyang and looked at him curiously in silence. "I can't figure it out." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What can't you figure out?" Wang Yu was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang looked up at her and said lightly, "Elder Wang is such a good person. How can he have a granddaughter like you?" Wang Yu's red lips curled up. She actually got up and sat directly on Qin Feiyang's thighs. Her two lotus-like arms hooked around Qin Feiyang's shoulders. She smiled and said, "Then tell me, how am I?" Qin Feiyang didn't expect Wang Yu's behavior to be so bold. Her charming body fragrance rushed to his face. The majestic twin peaks were right in front of him. Qin Feiyang only felt that the blood in his body was spurting and his mouth was dry. At this time, Wang Yu leaned forward and clung to Qin Feiyang's chest. Her red lips moved to Qin Feiyang's ear and she whispered, "Tell me quickly." This posture was like a bunch of couples in love, leaning on each other and being as intimate as possible. If it were other men, they would have lost control long ago. Qin Feiyang was also feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. He was desperately suppressing the evil fire in his heart. It was not because his willpower was not good enough, but because Wang Yu's charm technique was too terrifying. It could not penetrate his body at all. "Don't you want to be intimate with Big Sister now? Don't be shy. If you want to, just say it. The bedroom is just next door. I can satisfy you at any time." Wang Yu got up from Qin Feiyang's body. As she spoke, she stretched out her jade-like hands and gently rubbed Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang was about to collapse. This woman was simply a little vixen who wanted people's lives. He finally understood why young Master Hao was so afraid of Wang Yu. In the face of such teasing, no matter how strong a person's willpower was, they would still collapse. "Be rational, you must be rational." Qin Feiyang fiercely bit his tongue. The sharp pain finally woke him up. He immediately pushed Wang Yu away and said with a frown, "As a woman, you should know how to respect yourself." However, before he finished speaking, Wang Yu sat on his lap again. And her movements were even more frivolous than before. She directly grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and pressed it against her chest. Qin Feiyang was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He said angrily, "What on earth do you want to do?" Wang Yu said with a charming smile, "Silly brother, can't you see it? I want to be your woman. I already have a sweetheart." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. If he believed this kind of nonsense, then he would really be a fool. You have a sweetheart. Wang Yue's face froze, and then she said with a smile, is she prettier than me? Of course she is. Qin Feiyang said. Are you sure there is a woman more beautiful than me in this world? As Wang Yue spoke, her temperament suddenly changed. Her whole body was full of charm. In the past, she was an irresistible calamity, but now, she was a beauty that could drive anyone crazy. Even the air in the private room had undergone a subtle change, and it was filled with a kind of uncontrollable emotion. She had activated the real charming skill, and in an instant, Qin Feiyang's eyes became dull. Then, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with a sense of possessiveness. Then he raised his hands uncontrollably and held Wang Yue's slender waist tightly. He even raised his head and kissed Wang Yue's red lips. Seeing this, Wang Yue's face changed slightly. Obviously, she was frightened by Qin Feiyang's move. But soon, she calmed down again, reached out to seal Qin Feiyang's mouth, and chuckled, answer me first, who is more beautiful? You are more beautiful, Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. At this moment, under the urging of the charming skill, his reason had been drowned by the evil fire in his heart. After that, he suddenly stood up, held Wang Yue in his arms, and walked toward the bedroom. What are you doing? Let me go. Wang Yue's face turned pale and she quickly struggled. In fact, she just wanted to tease Qin Feiyang. She didn't really want to do anything. Besides, although she had practiced the charming skill and had teased many people, she had always kept her chastity. And when she had teased others before, she had never activated the charming skill, so she had never faced such a situation. And this was the first time. So when she saw Qin Feiyang was serious, she couldn't help but panic. But no matter how hard she struggled, Qin Feiyang didn't let go, as if he had been possessed. After entering the bedroom, Qin Feiyang directly laid her on the bed, and then violently tore Wang Yue's clothes apart. Her jade-like delicate body was immediately exposed to Qin Feiyang's sight. Ancestor Mu, I have already dispersed the charming skill. Wake up. Wang Yue completely panicked and was extremely anxious. However, Qin Feiyang still turned a deaf ear to her. He suddenly pounced on Wang Yue's body and instantly blocked Wang Yue's red lips. This, Wang Yue was stunned and stared blankly at Qin Feiyang, who had fallen into madness. She was kissed by force. Bastard, get out of here. Immediately afterward, she roared and tears came out. Originally, with her cultivation, she could easily shake off Qin Feiyang. But she, who had never experienced anything, was at a loss and completely forgot the gap between her and Qin Feiyang. Especially this kiss, she was completely at a loss. Qin Feiyang didn't show any signs of waking up. He firmly pressed her hand and crazily demanded. But suddenly, there was a heart-wrenching pain in his heart, which made him unable to help but let out a beast-like howl. And there was a burst of strong light in his heart. This was the concentric knot. As long as he had intimate contact with other women, the concentric knot would act up. Finally, the exuberant evil fire in his heart disappeared, and the lost reason also recovered. What am I doing? Looking at the tearful Wang Yue under him, he couldn't wait to slap himself in the face. But in addition to being annoyed, he also felt a little happy. This woman should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she would think that all the men in the world could be played by her. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he reached out to stroke Wang Yue's black hair lovingly. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I will be very gentle." After that, he lowered his head and kissed Wang Yue's red lips. Bang! But at this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open, and a group of waiters rushed in aggressively. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue suddenly froze. Looking at the messy bed and the ambiguous scene, the group of waiters also froze. They heard Qin Feiyang's miserable howl and thought that something bad had happened, so they ran in. However, they never expected that it would be such a situation. Young Master Mu, Miss Yue, Yu, Pang Su also ran into the private room in a hurry, his face full of worry. But when he saw Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue sticking together intimately, he was dumbfounded on the spot. There was dead silence in the private room. Get out. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue shouted at the same time. I'm sorry to disturb you. Please continue. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Pang Su shivered and hurriedly apologized to the two of them. Then he roared at the waiters, turned around, and ran out in a hurry. Bang! The door was also closed. The room fell silent again. The two of them maintained their previous posture, staring at each other with their big eyes. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang gave an evil smile and said, well, looking at you from such a close distance, you are really quite charming. Wang Yue couldn't help blushing. Qin Feiyang asked again with a smile, tell me honestly, do you really want to be my woman? Wang Yue shook her head hard. Don't lie. If you don't want to be my woman, why don't you blow me away? After all, with your strength, it's too easy to blow me away. Why don't we do it for real? It's also my first time. You won't lose out. Qin Feiyang smiled evilly. Yes, my cultivation is stronger than his. Why should I be afraid of him? After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, Wang Yue finally remembered the gap between their cultivation. At this moment, a cold light flashed in her eyes and she kicked Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Hee hee. Qin Feiyang grinned. He had expected that Wang Yue would do this. He got up at lightning speed and retreated quickly. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Wang Yue immediately got up and pounced on Qin Feiyang with threatening gestures. But for this, Qin Feiyang was not nervous at all. Instead, he crossed his arms and looked at Wang Yue's body evilly, saying, it's exposed. Wang Yue's delicate body stiffened. She hurriedly grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around her body, not daring to move anymore. She stared fiercely at Qin Feiyang. And gradually, her eyes became misty as she squatted on the bed and curled up. Her face was filled with grievance. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart softened. This woman looked frivolous, but she was actually quite weak and innocent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so flustered when he forcefully kissed her. He walked forward with a trace of apology on his face and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault just now. I apologize to you, don't play like this in the future, you'll bring trouble to yourself. What's the use of apologizing? I'm afraid the people of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion already know about this. How do you want me to face others in the future? Wang Yue glared at him. How can you blame me for this? If you didn't tease me, would all of this have happened? Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yue had nothing to say, and could only glare at Qin Feiyang angrily. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed softly and said, all right, I'll go out and explain it to them right away. With that, he got off the bed, tidied up his clothes, and walked towards the door. Stop. Wang Yue hurriedly said. What's wrong now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. So many people saw it. If you go out and explain now, wouldn't it be more conspicuous? Wang Yue said. Qin Feiyang frowned. What Wang Yue said did make sense. In this situation, explaining was equivalent to covering it up. It was useless. He asked, then what do you think we should do? You go out first, I want to put on my clothes. Wang Yue stared at him warily. I've already seen it all. What's there to hide? Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to enter the tea room. He sat in front of the tea table and made tea with his back facing Wang Yue. Chapter 963. Pervert, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. She glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely, then found the Chenkuan bag on the messy bed and ran into the bathroom as if running for her life. A moment later, she finally came out of the bathroom. Hearing the footsteps, Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at her. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Yue was wearing a snow-white floor-length dress, which was spotless. Her black hair was like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Her previous charm had also vanished without a trace. Instead, she looked even more pure, making her seem even more charming. Pervert, bastard. Seeing Qin Feiyang staring at her, Wang Yue's face suddenly showed a trace of disdain. Qin Feiyang was quite speechless. Who began to tease him as soon as she came in? Now she called him a pervert. It was natural for women to be unreasonable in front of men, but there should be a limit, right? Wang Yue sat opposite Qin Feiyang and said, tell me, How are you going to compensate me for my loss? Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and then said, "Are you kidding me? It seems that I'm the one who suffered a loss today, right?" "You suffered a loss?" Wang Yue suddenly stood up, and her eyes were full of anger. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said indifferently, "Don't look like you're going to eat me alive. This matter was caused by you in the first place. If we're talking about compensation, it should be you compensating me. Bastard, are you still a man?" Wang Yue said angrily. He took advantage of her and actually wanted her to compensate. That was too much. "Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know after you try," Qin Feiyang said with an evil smile. Wang Yue was so angry that her body trembled and she gritted her teeth. "Okay, it's already happened. What's the use of saying this? The most important thing is to think about how to explain it to everyone," Qin Feiyang said. She heard about it. Wang Yue slumped in the chair and sighed. "It's hard to explain. So we'll just let everyone misunderstand?" Qin Feiyang asked. "What else do you think we should do?" Wang Yue glared at him angrily. "There's no other way. But I'm quite worried." Qin Feiyang frowned. "You're a man. What are you worried about?" Wang Yue sneered. "I'm worried about your grandfather and your parents. If they find out about this, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, they'll definitely come after me." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This woman was really a troublemaker. "You deserve it." Wang Yue snorted coldly. "Unreasonable indeed." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'm not in the mood to bicker with you right now. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to give me the 10th part of the soul refining technique?" "You want the soul refining technique now? Do you think it's possible? I'm telling you, this isn't over." Wang Yue snorted, got up, opened the portal, and left without looking back. Headache. Looking at Wang Yue's back, Qin Feiyang felt extremely irritated. Why was he so unlucky to meet such a difficult woman? Dawn. Soon. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Qin Feiyang sorted out his emotions and looked at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Su pushed the door open and entered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Mr. Mu, Miss wants to see you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't this lady never see anyone? Why did she suddenly want to see him in person? Qin Feiyang asked, "Did your lady say anything else?" "No." Pang Su shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He got up and walked to Pang Su, saying with a faint smile, "Steward Pang, please lead the way." "My pleasure." Pang Su chuckled, turned around, and walked along the corridor to the top floor. At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang walk out of the elegant room, the people in the hall also had a strange look in their eyes. "Mr. Mu, you're really good." Suddenly, Pang Su said with a smile, with an inexplicable ambiguous tone. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. "Others might not be familiar with Miss Yue, but I know her very well. Not only is she beautiful, her talent is also good, and her family background is unparalleled. In the past, who knows how many young elites pursued her, but she never looked at them in the eye." Pang Su said with a smile. Qin Feiyang frowned. "So you're saying that I should feel honored?" "Shouldn't you?" Pang Su asked. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and did not reply. Because he really did not know how to answer. Pang Su did not say anything else. Not long later, the two of them arrived at the door of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Pang Su pushed open the door and retreated to the side, smiling, "Young master, please enter." Qin Feiyang glanced at the room and walked in. Pang Su closed the door as well. The layout of the room was still the same as before. There weren't many changes. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was still sitting behind the curtain. It was hazy, making it hard to see her clearly. "We meet again. Please take a seat." The woman's voice came from behind the curtain. It was as clear and pleasant as an oriole leaving the valley. "It's better not to meet like this." Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was only one chair in the room. Qin Feiyang looked at the chair, raised his head to look at the blurry figure, and said, "There's no need to sit. If you have something to say, just say it." Young master's personality hasn't changed at all. He's straightforward. Alright, I'll be direct. I saw everything between you and Wang Yu. I hope that no matter what conditions Wang Su puts forward to you in the future, you will agree. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. You saw it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. As long as it's in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, nothing can be hidden from me. You can think that every pavilion is under my surveillance. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. No wonder this woman knew that he had come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately. Then, he said in a deep voice, then last time, young master Hao and I set up a trap to kill Guofeng. I know that too. But don't worry, I'm a businessman. I won't meddle in other people's business. The woman said. Qin Feiyang believed in this point. Because if this woman really wanted to say something, she would have said it long ago. She wouldn't have waited until now. Who is Wang Su? Qin Feiyang asked. The woman said, Wang Yu's grandfather. Qin Feiyang frowned. How do you know that he will raise conditions with me? It's very simple. Wang Yu is his only granddaughter, and he loves her more than anyone else. As for the matter between you and Wang Yu, if there is no reasonable explanation, then Wang Yu's reputation will be damaged. Wang Su will not let this happen. He will definitely come forward to settle it. The woman said. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and asked, how? I don't know. In short, no matter what he says, you have to agree. Even if he asks you to marry Wang Yu, you can't refuse. The woman said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, why should I listen to you? Because I won't harm you. The woman was silent for a moment and said, you may know a person for a long time, but not his heart. Besides, I know nothing about you. How do I know that you won't harm me? Qin Feiyang sneered. The woman fell silent again. After a long time, she said, in this central divine kingdom, you can only trust me, Qin Feiyang. Boom. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his mind rumbling. This woman actually knew his identity. Swish. Suddenly, he took a step forward and lifted the curtain, wanting to see who this woman was. But before he could lift it, an invisible force pounced on him, knocking him back. So strong. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Although this woman did not release her aura, but from the invisible force, he could instantly determine that this person's cultivation was definitely not lower than the War King. Who exactly are you? Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. The woman said, knowing too much might not be a good thing for you. Let's go. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. This feeling of being manipulated by others made him extremely displeased. However, in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He looked deeply at the woman's figure, opened the teleportation door, and directly returned to the alchemy room. He stood there, deep in thought. In the entire Forgotten Continent, the only people who knew his identity were the Mu family and the mysterious lady. And in his opinion, both of them were possible, so it was hard to judge. Suddenly, he thought of the old man who helped him in the land of inheritance. Could this person be related to the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house? He couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, then opened the stone door of the alchemy room and walked towards the number 1 alchemy room. Dong. Walking to the door, he lightly knocked on the stone door. Soon, the stone door slowly opened. Pei Yi was sitting in the lounge, with an exquisite coffee table in front of him. A teapot was steaming, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Mo Feng was also there. At the same time, upon sight of Qin Feiyang, Pei Yi and Mo Feng were slightly stunned. Pei Yi then smiled and said, "What brings you here today?" "What brings you here?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, walked into the alchemy room, closed the stone door behind him, and entered the lounge. "Sit anywhere." Pei Yi pointed to the chair beside him. After Qin Feiyang sat down, Mo Feng immediately washed a teacup and placed it in front of Qin Feiyang. Then, she poured the tea and smiled. "Senior brother Pei and I were talking about you." "What about me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. "We were talking about how capable you are. Not only did you break through to the Battle Saint realm so quickly, you even subdued that demoness." Mo Feng shook her head and smiled. Demoness. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't you know? In our eyes, Wang Yu is a demoness. No, to be exact, she's even scarier than a demoness. Can you tell us, how exactly did you subdue her? After putting down the teapot, Mo Feng looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the news would spread to the two of them so quickly. It was really like the old saying, good things don't go out, but bad things do. Qin Feiyang said, if I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Pei Yi and Mo Feng looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. Obviously, they didn't believe him. However, the two of them were tactful and didn't dwell on this issue. Most importantly, the current Qin Feiyang was no longer someone they could control. Pei Yi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, I know you don't visit me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want from me? I want to know who has the best relationship with Mount Wu in the main pagoda. Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi was surprised and said, why are you suddenly asking about Mount Wu? Yes. Now that you've broken through to the Battle Saint realm, you can enter the sacred ground at any time. The position of the king of the 10 pill pagodas is meaningless to you. Besides, aren't you not interested in the position of king? Chapter 964. Indeed, I'm not interested in the throne. However, I've encountered some trouble recently and need to investigate it. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. Trouble? Pei Yi was stunned. Do you need help? That's not necessary. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Pei Yi nodded and looked at Mo Feng. Tell him about it. Mo Feng pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Feiyang. There are many people in the main pagoda who are close to Wu Shan, but there's only one who is especially close to him. You've met him before, Wu Yang. Wu Yang, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, are you talking about the person who asked me to go to the second pagoda? Yes, that's him. Mo Feng nodded. What a coincidence. All right, I'll go and meet him now. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully, stood up, and cupped his fists. He then turned and left the first alchemy room. Senior brother Pei, this person is extraordinarily terrifying. After Mo Feng closed the stone door, he looked at Pei Yi and said with deep fear in his eyes. Yes. In just over a year, he broke through from an 8-star battle grandmaster to a 1-star battle saint. This speed is unprecedented. Pei Yi sighed. I remember when he first entered the main pagoda, I looked down on him and even said that you would always be his backer. Now that I think about it, why was I so childish back then? Mo Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. There are some people in this world that you can't look at with ordinary eyes. And this ancestor Mu is such a person. Pei Yi said. Mo Feng nodded. The second pagoda. Qin Feiyang didn't try to hide anything as he walked in openly, and everyone who met him had a trace of fear in their eyes. Which alchemy room is Wu Yang in? The layout of the second pagoda was the same as that of the first pagoda. Qin Feiyang came to the bottom of the patio and asked a few disciples not far away. The second alchemy room. One of them pointed up and said timidly, Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, leaped into the air, and landed on the top floor like a bolt of lightning. The disciples below also began to discuss in low voices. The topics of discussion were none other than Qin Feiyang's cultivation, the fact that he had become the chief pagoda master's disciple, and the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue. Qin Feiyang naturally caught it, but he turned a deaf ear to it and walked straight to the door of alchemy room number 2. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the number on the stone door, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure about Wu Yang's talent in alchemy, but he knew that his strength wasn't that great. Therefore, the reason why Wu Yang was able to occupy alchemy room number 2 was mostly because of Wu Shan. Dong. Qin Feiyang knocked hard on the stone door. Time slowly passed. More and more people gathered below. All kinds of discussions were intertwined, making the place extremely noisy. Rumble. Finally, the stone door opened. A young man in white stood behind the door. It was Wu Yang. What are you doing here? Because of the previous incident, Wu Yang had always been very prejudiced against Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. However, Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear it. He narrowed his eyes and looked Wu Yang up and down. Soon, he vaguely sensed a familiar bloody aura on Wu Yang's body. He actually took the blood demon pill too. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes and he said with a faint smile, "What? Won't you let me in? You're not welcome." Wu Yang shook his head. "It's not up to you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He directly pushed Wu Yang away and strode in. Wu Yang was about to get angry. "I advise you to close the stone door immediately. Otherwise, if those people outside know about your evil deeds, I'm afraid you will die on the spot," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. "What do you mean?" Wu Yang frowned, but in the end, he still closed the stone door. Just as the stone door closed, Qin Feiyang released his holy aura and directly imprisoned Wu Yang. "What are you doing?" Wu Yang was shocked and furious. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He tore off Wu Yang's clothes and a Chenkuan bag suddenly fell to the ground. "If I'm not wrong, there should be more blood demon pills in this Chenkuan bag." Qin Feiyang laughed and then bent down to pick up the Chenkuan bag and began to search. How did he know? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wu Yang felt as if he was struck by lightning and his face instantly turned pale. Not long after, Qin Feiyang took out a few blood demon pills from the Chenkuan bag. Seeing this, Wu Yang was completely desperate. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood demon pills, then looked at Wu Yang and said with a smile, "You've got gut." As he spoke, he also withdrew his holy aura. Plop! Wu Yang immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Junior brother Mu, no, senior brother Mu, please, don't tell anyone. I'll do whatever you want me to do, it's too late. Young Master Hao already knows about this." Qin Feiyang said. "What? Even young Master Hao knows?" Wu Yang's face was ashen and terrified to the extreme. "Yes. But at present, he only knows that Wu Shan is taking blood demon pills to improve his cultivation, but he doesn't know that you are also taking them," Qin Feiyang said. "This is a good thing," Wu Yang said instinctively. "This is indeed a good thing. Because as long as I don't say it, young Master Hao will never know." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wu Yang looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and suddenly understood and said, "What do you want me to do to keep this secret?" "Very smart. First, I want 3 kinds of 7th grade alchemy fire. Second, find out the location of Mu Jiao's lair as soon as possible. Third, if there is any movement in your Chelin tribe, you must tell me as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang said. This, Wu Yang was dumbfounded. The third point is not difficult, but with the 7th grade alchemy fire and Mu Jiao's lair, it is impossible to do. Whether you can do it or not is your business, I just want the result. Qin Feiyang said. "Well, I will try my best." Wu Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. Because he knew that he had no choice but to agree. "Then I will wait for your good news. In addition, go and fake a scene of Wu Shan being killed." Qin Feiyang said. "Brother Shan is dead." Wu Yang's face suddenly changed. "Yes, I killed him. Only blame him for being stupid and overconfident to come and attack me." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and then his hands formed a seal. A seal of slavery appeared in an instant and merged into Wu Yang's head. He did this just in case. After the seal of slavery was completed, he did not continue to stay and immediately opened the portal to leave. Even Brother Shan was killed. Wu Yang took a long time to recover, and sadly said, "Brother Shan, why are you so stupid? Of all people to mess with, you had to provoke this evil star. Now, you dragged me down with you." In addition to the sadness, he also began to resent Wu Shan. If it weren't for Wu Shan's repeated instigation, he wouldn't have touched this blood pill. "It's you who put me in this situation, I can only let you down." After a while, Wu Yang muttered to himself as he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. Late that night, Wu Yang returned to the main tower with blood all over his body, both of his arms were broken. And, he also brought back a piece of news that shocked countless people. Wu Shan was dead. The specific situation was that he and Wu Shan went to the mountains to hunt in the afternoon, and when they were about to return in the evening, they were suddenly attacked by a saint beast. Wu Shan was killed on the spot. And even his body was swallowed by the saint beast. He himself had only managed to escape with great difficulty. And because of the relationship between Wu Yang and Wu Shan, after hearing this news, whether it was the people of the main tower or the people of the Qilin tribe, they didn't have any doubts. Of course. After all, Wu Shan was the king of the second tower. His death was a great loss to the Qilin tribe and the main tower. They all felt angry and regretful. However, the tragedy had already happened, so they could only accept it. Only Qin Feiyang knew that this was a lie made up by Wu Yang. No. There was another person who knew. This person was young Master Hao. Deep in the main tower, in a certain mountain stream, there was an exquisite courtyard. Young Master Hao sat alone in the garden, staring at the night sky, his eyes full of confusion. During the day, Qin Feiyang told him that Wu Shan died in the White Tiger mountain range, and was killed by Qin Feiyang. Why did it change at night? What was hidden in this? Was Qin Feiyang lying, or was Wu Yang lying? Similarly, in the depths of the main tower, in a secluded place, there was also a courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, it was brightly lit. In the hall of the attic, an old man in white sat in front of the tea table, staring at the bubbling teapot. His hands were clenched together, and his old face was full of anger. It was Elder Wang. On the left and right sides of the tea table, there was a middle-aged couple sitting. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man was more than 1.8 meters, neither fat nor thin, wearing a purple robe. His two thick eyebrows were neatly trimmed, like two sharp swords, exuding a fierce aura. The middle-aged woman was also wearing a purple robe, with a gorgeous jade hairpin on her head. Her long hair was tied up high, and she looked graceful and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. The two of them were also silent, and their faces were quite ugly. In the hall, except for the sound of boiling tea, there was a dead silence. At the same time, a woman in white was hiding outside the door. It was none other than Wang Yu'er. She stuck her head out, glancing at Elder Wang and the other two from time to time, looking extremely nervous. Bastard. Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, Elder Wang slammed his palm on the coffee table, and the boiling teapot was immediately sent flying. It rolled onto the floor and shattered into pieces with a loud crack. Wang Yu'er's delicate body trembled, and she immediately retracted her head, her face full of panic. Seeing Elder Wang flip out, the middle-aged couple was also a little nervous and worried. Whoosh! Suddenly, Elder Wang looked at the door with an aggressive gaze and shouted, "How long are you going to stand outside? Get your ass in here. Bastard, it's all your fault." Wang Yu'er cursed secretly. The person she was cursing was naturally Qin Feiyang. Chapter 965. Look up at me, Wang Su shouted coldly. He usually only doted on Wang Yu'er and was even afraid that she would melt in his hands. But at this moment, he just couldn't control the anger in his heart. Wang Yu'er's delicate body trembled as she raised her head and looked at Wang Su pitifully. 2 drops of tears were squeezed out of her eyes. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Wang Su ignored her and said in a deep voice, "Do you know how much this matter has affected us?" "I know," Wang Yu'er nodded and immediately explained, "But grandfather, I was forced. It's all that bastard Ancestor Mu's fault." Forced? Ancestor Mu is just a 1-star battle saint. How can he force you, a 9-star battle saint, to do such a thing? Do you think I'm stupid? Cough cough. Wang Su became angrier as he spoke and finally coughed violently. "Father, don't be angry. It's not good for your health to be angry." The purple-clothed woman immediately stood up and gently patted Wang Su's back. At the same time, she gave Wang Yu'er a look. Wang Yu'er looked at the purple-clothed woman and then lowered her head, saying, "Grandfather, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Wang Su took a deep breath and gestured for the purple-clothed woman to leave. The purple-clothed woman looked at Wang Yu'er helplessly and returned to her seat, remaining silent. Wang Su looked at Wang Yu'er for a moment and suddenly pointed to the middle-aged couple. He looked at Wang Yu'er and said, "Your parents are high-ranking people in the main pagoda. As for your grandfather, although I'm old, I'm still a person of virtue and prestige. Now that you've done such a thing, where are our faces? Yes. We've always warned you not to use charm unless it's a last resort. Why didn't you listen? The purple-clothed man next to him also sighed. Father, mother, grandfather, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Wang Yue looked at the three of them and lowered her head. In fact, she also felt wronged. Not only was she taken advantage of, but she also came back to be scolded. What was going on? Looking at Wang Yue's appearance, the purple-clothed woman couldn't bear it. She turned to Wang Su and said with a smile, Father, you see, it has already happened. Yue also knows her mistake. Please calm down and don't scold her. Scolding her and your heart ached. I'm telling you, I still want to beat her up. And you guys, if it weren't for you guys spoiling her and accommodating her and everything, would she have dared to do such a thing today? Wang Su vented his anger on the middle-aged couple. Father, that's not right. Aren't you the one who usually dotes on you the most? Why are you blaming us now? The purple-clothed woman was displeased. What is it? Can't I say that you are? Wang Su was fuming with rage. Yes, but, the purple-robed woman nodded, but before she could finish her sentence, the purple-robed man beside her transmitted his voice. Can't you see that the old man is in a fit of anger? Stop talking so much. The purple-clothed woman's lips moved, but she chose to remain silent in the end. Then, the purple-robed man looked at Wang Su and said with a smile, Father, now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. It's better to think about how to solve this problem. After a moment of silence, Wang Su pointed to the door and said to Wang Yue, Stand outside. Go quickly. Don't make your grandfather angry again. The middle-aged couple immediately sent voice transmissions to Wang Yue. Wang Yue turned around and walked out aggrievedly. Wang Su waved his sleeve and the door closed with a bang. Wang Yue put her ear on the door, wanting to hear what the three of them were talking about. But there was no sound from inside. Obviously, Wang Su and the other two in the room were secretly communicating. A moment later, Wang Su finally walked out and glanced at Wang Yue, saying in a deep voice, I'm going to meet the chief pagoda master, and from now on, without my order, you're not allowed to leave this place. Yes. Wang Yue lowered her head and replied like an obedient child. Humph. Wang Su snorted and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the night sky at lightning speed. The middle-aged couple also did the same. Father, mother, what's the result of your discussion with Grandpa? Wang Yue quickly looked at the two of them and asked. Sigh. The two of them looked at Wang Yue deeply and finally let out a long sigh. Without saying anything, they flew into the sky and left. How can this be? I'm the victim, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first? Wang Yue stomped her feet in anger. Sister, are you sure you're the victim? Suddenly, a wicked laugh sounded, and outside the courtyard, a young man in white walked out of the darkness. It was young Master Hao. Brat, what did you say? Wang Yue looked at young Master Hao and suddenly frowned. Young Master Hao flashed and landed beside Wang Yue, smiling slyly. Sister, how do you feel? How do I feel? Wang Yue was stunned and asked. Young Master Hao said, Nonsense, of course it's the feeling of being intimate with Ancestor Mu. Are you courting death? Wang Yue stretched out her claws and grabbed young Master Hao's face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. For a time, young Master Hao howled miserably. Humph. Wang Yue snorted and let go of her hand. Staring at the night sky, she said, This bastard, I will not let him go. Alas. Brother Mu, you're on your own now. Looking at Wang Yue's fierce look, young Master Hao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, muttering secretly. By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to laugh at me. Wang Yue turned to look at young Master Hao, and the threat in her eyes was not concealed at all. You're my most respected sister. How can I be here to laugh at you? Young Master Hao said righteously. In fact, he was here to laugh at her. Then what are you here for? Wang Yue frowned. Young Master Hao sneakily glanced around and said with a low voice, I'm here to give you advice. Wang Yue's eyes lit up, and she said, Tell me. Ancestor Mu, this bastard, how dare he bully you? We can't let him go easily. So I think it's best to kill him directly. Young Master Hao said indignantly, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. How dare you trick me? You're courting death. Wang Yuer's veins suddenly bulged, and she showed a fierce look. Seeing that the situation was not good, young Master Hao decisively slipped away and laughed without looking back. Sister, this is called evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Let's see if you dare to tease us in the future. Then he quickly disappeared into the night sky, leaving Wang Yuer standing alone at the door, sulking. In the sky. The waning moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight was hazy. Whoosh! Somewhere in the sacred ground, there was a tall ancient tower. From afar, it looked like an ancient fierce beast lurking in the night. This was the sacred tower. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, a purple stream of light rushed out of the sacred tower and broke through the sky like lightning. At the same time, in the alchemy room of the first tower, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, closing his eyes and meditating. Without the need to copy the 6-word formula, coupled with the talent given to him by the purple-gold dragon blood, his cultivation speed was faster than before. So he didn't want to waste a minute or a second. Besides, there were still 2 years before the miracle would open, and he didn't have time to waste. Time passed by. Dawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Who would come to find him in the middle of the night? He got up and walked to the door. When he opened the stone door, a young man in purple suddenly entered his sight. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This person was tall, and his face was like jade. His eyes were like stars, and his thick black hair was like a sharp sword. He exuded an astonishing aura. The most important thing was that this person's aura was very strong, and Qin Feiyang couldn't see through it at all. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, the young man in purple walked into the alchemy room uninvited. You are. Qin Feiyang frowned. Close the door. The young man in purple didn't answer, nor did he look back at Qin Feiyang. Whether it was his tone or his posture, he was incomparably cold and arrogant. This is my alchemy room. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said coldly. As long as this person was a little polite, he would welcome him with a smile, but this person was too rude. As for those who were rude and unreasonable, he had never been kind to them. The young man in purple slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang with an aggressive gaze. If there's nothing else, please leave. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, turning a blind eye. You're really as arrogant and overbearing as the rumors say. But I'm not just anyone. You'd better be sensible and close the door immediately. The young man in purple smiled coldly with a commanding tone. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and said, who do you think you are, ordering me around here? Then listen carefully. I'm one of the 3 kings of the Holy Tower, the direct disciple of the Holy Tower Master, and the son of the Qilin tribe's leader, Wu Jian, and your alchemy room number 10 is the leftover one. Now tell me, do I have the right to order you around? Wu Jian said proudly. Qin Feiyang was extremely surprised. He didn't expect this person to have so many identities. The key was that each identity was scary enough. The king of the Holy Tower, the disciple of the Holy Tower Master, the son of the Qilin tribe's leader. This person was truly loved and doted on by everyone. Wait a minute. The son of the Qilin tribe? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and said, who is Wu Xiao to you? Wu Jian said, he's my younger brother. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said, as far as I know, your younger brother was killed by Qin Feiyang. Since you're so strong, why don't you go find Qin Feiyang for revenge? Why come here to intimidate me? Or did Wu Jian already know his true identity? Hearing these words, Wu Jian's eyes flashed with killing intent and said, you don't need to say this. Qin Feiyang, that ant, will die under my sword sooner or later. Then I'll wait and see. Qin Feiyang chuckled. At the same time, he was secretly relieved. Wu Jian's words were enough to show that he didn't know he was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang closed the stone door and said indifferently, speak, why are you looking for me? Leave the main tower immediately. No, leave the central divine kingdom and never show yourself in front of Wang Yuer again. Wu Jian said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So it was because of Wang Yuer. He looked at Wu Jian's eyes and found that when Wu Jian mentioned Wang Yu'er, there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He immediately understood. Chapter 966. I'm really a fool. Qin Feiyang sighed. Because of Wang Yu's nonsense, not only did he have to worry about Wang Su and Wang Yu's parents, but he also attracted such a powerful love rival. The key was that he couldn't explain it clearly, because no one would believe him even if he did. What a headache. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, Wu Jian raised his brows slightly and said, as long as you're willing to leave, I can satisfy any of your conditions. Qin Feiyang looked up at Wu Yang and frowned. Who do you think I am? Stop pretending. Didn't you take a fancy to Wang Yu'er because of her family background? Wu Jian sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed that this person was not only arrogant but also self-righteous. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Jian said. That gaze was as if he was looking at an insignificant and pitiful worm. What do I want? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, I want to ask you, Wang Yu'er is already my woman now. Don't you dislike her? Damn it. You and her have really. Wu Jian was furious. He took a step forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes on his chest. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Yes. We are already in the Longfeng house. What's done can't be undone. Maybe soon, she will be pregnant with my child. Qin Feiyang didn't resist and nodded with a smile. I'm going to kill you. Wu Jian's face was ferocious and murderous. Do you dare? We are now in the main tower. Moreover, I will soon become the direct disciple of the main tower master. Killing me is destroying your own future. Qin Feiyang sneered. Wu Jian's pupils constricted as he looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he let go and shook his head. As long as I can get her, I don't care about anything. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He had already said so, but this person actually accepted it. Wasn't this person too magnanimous? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he teased, what if Yu'er really has my child? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to call her so intimately? Wu Jian roared angrily, his hands tightly clenched together. It was obvious that his patience had been ground to the limit. First of all, I'm Yu'er's man. Naturally, I can call her that. Secondly, I'm not interested in the things you mentioned. In the end, you really are a hypocrite. Do you really think I'll believe that you like Yu'er? You're just interested in her family background and want to use her to achieve your ambitions. Thus, to people like you, I only want to say one thing. Scram as far as you can, and don't bother me. The door is right there. I won't be seeing you out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the stone door. He looked at Wu Jian with disgust. All right, just you wait. Even if you become the chief pagoda master's disciple, I won't let you have an easy time. Wu Jian looked at him gloomily. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left after saying some harsh words. Be careful, there are too many stairs. Don't trip. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled brightly. Wu Jian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Bam! Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and the stone door closed. His eyes also turned cold. This person definitely wouldn't let it go. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to strike first. He pondered for a while. He took out the image crystal. In a short while, Yang Wei's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, keep an eye on Wu Jian. If there's a chance, get rid of him. Wu Jian. Yang Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, you can ask Li He about his detailed information. In short, I don't want to see him again. Okay. Yang Wei nodded. After turning off the image crystal, he immediately took action. What's so great about being a king of the sacred tower? Since you dare to come looking for trouble, you still have to die. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He also put away the image crystal and entered the cultivation room. He took out a battle chi pill and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. The next day, early in the morning, a group of deacon elders were busy in the square of the pill pagoda. Some people were decorating. Some people were placing chairs and tea tables. Gongsun Bei was also there, but he didn't do anything. He was just supervising. Less than half an hour later, the originally simple square became magnificent. There was a layer of red carpet on the ground. In front of the square, there was a high platform with a golden statue. It was incomparably imposing. What are they doing? The disciples passing by couldn't help but stop and look at the deacon elders suspiciously. They should be preparing for the ceremony. Someone whispered. Sigh. This ancestor Mu is really lucky. How long has it been since he entered the Pill Pagoda? He was actually valued by the Pill Pagoda master and even captured the heart of Elder Wang's granddaughter. Why don't I have such luck? Someone sighed, his face full of envy. As time passed breath by breath, more and more people gathered. After the deacon elders were properly arranged, they took their places under the command of Gongsun Bei to maintain order. As for Gongsun Bei, he stayed on the high platform. Gradually, the sun rose from the horizon. The sunlight shone on the earth, reviving everything and making them full of vitality. The leader of the Chilean tribe has come with the high priest to congratulate. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud voice, a middle-aged man descended on the square. Beside him was a black-clothed old man. Both of them had a Chilean pattern on their clothes. Gongsun Bei stood on the high platform and looked at the two with a smile. You two are really early. Please sit. How dare we neglect the Pill Pagoda master's disciple ceremony? Before his voice faded, two more people appeared out of thin air. They were also a middle-aged man and an old man, but the difference was that on their clothes, there was a small golden sword pattern embroidered on their clothes. They are from the Immortal Sword tribe. It seems that this time, the people from the top 10 tribes will come to congratulate. You must be from the countryside. Don't you know that the Scorpion tribe has been exterminated? Hihi, I forgot that it is now one of the top 9 tribes. The surrounding disciples discussed in low voices. Whoosh. Soon, 2 more figures appeared. These two were a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. The man was tall and burly, and the woman was still charming. They came hand in hand. And the pattern on their chests was a lifelike divine python. The leader and high priest of the divine python tribe are also here. This ceremony is really grand. Yes, from today onwards, Ancestor Mu will be a well-known figure in the central divine kingdom. Countless people sighed in their hearts. Thinking back, when Ancestor Mu first entered the Pill Pagoda, who would have thought that there would be such a day? Next, the leaders and high priests of the other top tribes also arrived one after another. Everyone's cultivation was unfathomable. And in addition to the top 9 tribes, the pavilion master of the trading pavilion also came. In short, although there were not many people who came this time, they were all existences standing at the top of the pyramid of the Forgotten Continent. I believe that the master of the head pagoda will be very pleased that everyone is able to come as promised. On behalf of the master of the head pagoda, I would also like to sincerely thank everyone who came from afar. Gongsun Bei smiled and then bowed to everyone. Brother Gongsun is too polite. Although we are not from the head pagoda, we have always been grateful to the head pagoda. Yes. If the Forgotten Continent did not have the protection of the head pagoda, there would not be tribes like us, and we would not be able to live such a comfortable life. The big shot stood up and smiled. However, as long as one was not a fool, one could tell that these were just polite words. Of course, Gongsun Bei also could not break this layer of membrane. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Come, serve tea to the lords." Soon, more than a dozen deacon elders came out, carrying teapots and teacups, and sent them to the big shots. The big shots also drank tea while chatting in private. Another half an hour passed. Whoosh. Suddenly, a burst of ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Following closely, one figure after another landed on the square. There were men and women, old and young, and their auras were all extremely powerful. Hanging from their waists was a pure gold medallion. That's right. They were all divine envoys, and there were hundreds of them. As soon as these divine envoys arrived, the square immediately fell silent. Because they all knew that the master of the head pagoda was about to arrive. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, the master of the head pagoda appeared on the high platform in front of them out of thin air. And behind the master of the head pagoda, there were dozens of people. Young Master Hao, Wang Yu-er, Wang Su, and Wang Yu-er's parents. The rest were the 10 tower masters of the Pill Pagoda, the 10 peak masters of the Warrior Mountain Range, and the law enforcement elders. Greetings, Master of the Head Pagoda. Everyone below all stood up and bowed. The disciples around even knelt down to worship. TSK, what's there to worship? But in the crowd, there was a person with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It was Fatso. And Chu Xian was also next to him. In fact, Fatso was not interested in this so-called grand ceremony at all. It was because Chu Xian was coming that he followed to take a look. Today is a very special day. Everyone, don't be so polite, please sit down, the master of the head pagoda said with a smile. The disciples around got up one after another. The big shots also returned to their seats one after another. And the people on the high platform also took their seats one by one. The master of the head pagoda sat in the center, under the golden statue. Next was Elder Wang, Wang Yu-er's parents. Next were the peak masters, tower masters, and law enforcement elders. As for young Master Hao and Wang Yu-er, they stood behind the master of the head pagoda and Elder Wang respectively. The master of the head pagoda glanced at the crowd and was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Gongsun Bei and asked, "Where is Ancestor Mu? Why don't I see him?" Today's main character was Qin Feiyang. Without the main character, the ceremony would definitely not be able to proceed. Faced with the master of the head pagoda's question, Gongsun Bei also had a suspicious look on his face. Young Master Hao frowned and asked Gongsun Bei, "Didn't you send someone to inform him? It's such a big matter that the entire city knows about it. There's no need to specially inform him," Gongsun Bei said. "I say, you're muddle-headed. Don't you know what kind of person he is? He's simply a cultivation maniac. I can guarantee that he definitely doesn't know that a grand ceremony is being held here." Young Master Hao said helplessly. Gongsun Bei was stunned and said with a wry smile, "I neglected that. I'll immediately send someone to call him here. No need, I'll send a message to him directly." Chapter 967. After a while, Qin Feiyang's shadow appeared. He's really cultivating. Looking at Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged on the futon in the cultivation room, everyone's face twitched. He didn't even know such an important thing. This person was indeed a cultivation maniac. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Brother, do you know what day it is today? Why are you still in the mood to cultivate?" "Brother." Everyone was shocked. This title had extraordinary meaning. What day? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Young Master Hao was extremely depressed and said helplessly, "I say, can you not cultivate all day long? If you have time, come out more often. What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Young Master Hao stood behind the Chief Pagoda Master, so Qin Feiyang could only see the golden statue and couldn't see the Chief Pagoda Master and the others. And that statue was an old man. He was very familiar with it. It was the statue of the first Chief Pagoda Master. "Are you impatient? Do you know that many people are waiting for you now? Come to the Pill Pagoda Square, immediately, right now," young Master Hao said, and then turned off the image crystal. "Chief Pagoda Master, congratulations, you have a good disciple. Yes, we have all heard about the deeds of this child. Originally, we thought that he was just talented, but we didn't expect him to be so hardworking. With his efforts, he will become a great person in the future." The leaders of the major tribes laughed. Hee hee. The Chief Pagoda Master was also full of smiles. Swish. After a few breaths, outside the crowd, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Looking at the sea of people in front of him and the gorgeous square, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He's here. At the same time, everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang. Boss is indeed the boss. He accidentally became the center of attention again. In the crowd, Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed, his face full of admiration. "What are you waiting for? Come here quickly." On the high platform, young Master Hao waved his hand and shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked up. His pupils immediately shrank. The Chief Tower Master is also here? Moreover, why were all the big shots of the main tower here? Could it be that these magnates were going to interrogate him in public because of Wang Yue? He walked towards the high platform with a nervous heart. The crowd in front automatically retreated to the sides and opened up a path. Their eyes were filled with envy. Something's not right. Why are these people looking at me strangely? The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more puzzled he became. Hey! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at the man and woman. This man and woman were the chief and high priestess of the divine python tribe. To be exact, Qin Feiyang was looking at the divine python pattern on their chests. In the meantime, seeing Qin Feiyang looking at them, the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe nodded at Qin Feiyang with a smile to show their friendliness. However, the two of them were also quite puzzled. There were so many people present. Why were they looking at the two of them? Ahem. Seeing this, Gongsun Bei on the high platform clenched his fist and coughed dryly. Qin Feiyang quivered and quickly retracted his gaze. He strode to the bottom of the high platform and bowed. Disciple Muzu greets Lord Chief Pagoda Master and seniors. Yes. Everyone nodded. Gongsun Bei smiled and asked, "Do you know what day it is today?" "Please tell me." Qin Feiyang said. "Today is the day the Chief Tower Master accepts you as his disciple. This ceremony is specially prepared for you. But you hid in the alchemy room to cultivate and made everyone wait for so long." Gongsun Bei said unhappily. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was startled. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, "So that's how it is. This matter is indeed due to this disciple's negligence. I hope that Lord Chief Pagoda Master and seniors can forgive me. It's okay. Don't listen to Gongsun Bei's nonsense. We just arrived." The Chief Tower Master smiled. "I say, sir, can you not ruin my plans?" Gongsun Bei looked helplessly at the Chief Tower Master and then at Qin Feiyang. "Let me introduce you." He pointed at the leaders of the 9 tribes and said, "They are the leaders and high priests of the 9 super tribes. They are here to congratulate you." Qin Feiyang looked at those people and said, "Thank you, seniors." The leaders of the 9 tribes also showed a faint smile on their faces. "And this is the Tower Master of the Trading Pavilion." Gongsun Bei pointed at an old man in white. The old man was skinny and had white hair and a white beard. He held a cane and looked very weak, but the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and said, "Greetings, Tower Master. Today is a big day for my little friend. No need to be so polite. I'm also indebted to the Chief Tower Master for inviting this old man to participate in the ceremony. Thus, this old man has prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind." The old man chuckled. With that, the old man stood up and waved his hand. A stream of light flew toward Qin Feiyang. "What is it?" The Tower Master must have some amazing treasure. Everyone stared at the stream of light. "There's a gift." Qin Feiyang was quite surprised and couldn't help but look forward to it. Swish. Finally, the stream of light stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and revealed its true appearance. It turned out to be a cauldron. The cauldron was copper in color and glowed. There were 2 fire phoenixes on it, flapping their wings and looking very lifelike. Such a blazing treasure light. It must be at least a grade 6 cauldron. Everyone was moved and their eyes were burning. The old man smiled and said, "This cauldron is called the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. It is a grade 7 cauldron. Please accept it." What? A grade 7 cauldron? The scene was in an uproar. Even the leaders and high priests of the 9 super tribes couldn't help but be moved. The so-called gift was actually a grade 7 cauldron. This old man was really generous. Qin Feiyang was also a little excited. He was worried that he couldn't find a grade 7 cauldron. He didn't expect that someone would give it to him now. "Senior, thank you for your gift. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." Qin Feiyang bowed and said. The old man chuckled, returned to his seat and fell silent. Qin Feiyang immediately put away the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. At this time, the leader of the Divine Python tribe stood up. With a clang, a cluster of elixir fire appeared. "Little brother, Our divine python tribe is not as rich as the trading tower. This is a grade 6 cauldron fire. Please don't mind it. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the divine python tribe waved his hand and the elixir fire flew to Qin Feiyang. Thank you, senior. Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. The grade 6 cauldron fire was indeed of no value to him, but it was better than nothing, right? Moreover, the grade 6 cauldron fire was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even if he didn't need it, he could give it away or exchange it for a large amount of wealth. Next, the leaders of the other super tribes also presented congratulatory gifts. There were precious medicinal herbs. There were superior battle arts. There were weapons that could cut iron like mud. There were grade 5 cauldron fires. Compared to the trading tower and the divine python tribe, these gifts were much inferior. But Qin Feiyang still accepted them one by one. After all, this was a token of goodwill from others. If he refused in public, not only would it embarrass others, but it would also show that he didn't know how to behave. After receiving the gifts, Gongsun Bei smiled and said, "Now the apprenticeship ceremony begins. Please keep quiet." Wait. At this moment, a heavenly voice sounded. Following closely, in the distant void, a pale golden figure broke through the air like lightning. Who is she? Everyone looked at the golden figure suspiciously. It's her. But there was a trace of excitement in young Master Hao's eyes. Because the person who came was the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. Qin Feiyang also recognized her voice, and there was a trace of doubt on his face. Whoosh. After a few breaths, the woman landed on the square and slowly walked towards the high platform. She had an exquisite figure and wore a pale golden floor-length dress. Her entire person looked incomparably luxurious. But on her face, there was also a pale golden veil covering her true face. Only a pair of ethereal eyes could be seen. And those eyes were crystal clear like black gemstones, without the slightest impurity. Greetings to the Chief Tower Master. I came uninvited. I hope the Chief Tower Master will forgive me. The woman stood beside Qin Feiyang and bowed respectfully to the head pagoda master. The Chief Tower Master looked at the woman suspiciously and smiled. All visitors are guests. Prepare a seat. A deacon elder immediately stepped forward, took out a seat from his chenkuan bag, and placed it next to the pavilion master of the trading tower. Thank you. The woman smiled and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She took out a jade box from her bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyang. She smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Mu, this is a small gift I prepared. I hope you will accept it." Qin Feiyang took it in his hand suspiciously. He opened the jade box and saw a jade slip inside. Qin Feiyang took out the jade slip and immersed his mind into it. Immediately, his eyes trembled. This was a perfect battle art. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and put away the jade box and jade slip. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, young master. The woman smiled, turned around and walked to the front of the seat. She nodded to the pavilion master and sat there elegantly and quietly. And young Master Hao's gaze was always on her. The Chief Tower Master frowned and said, "Hao, behave yourself." Got it. Young Master Hao glanced at him impatiently and then looked at the woman again. The adoration on his face was not concealed at all. Gongsun Bei also looked at the woman and then smiled. Then let the ceremony begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a deacon elder walked out with an exquisite tray with a cup of tea on it. The fragrance of the tea spread as he walked to Qin Feiyang. Ancestor Mu, there are 3 steps to the apprenticeship ceremony. The first step is to bow. The second step is to serve tea. The third step is to accept the Chief Tower Master's test. After completing these 3 steps, you will officially become the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple. Gongsun Bei smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and bowed 3 times to the Chief Tower Master. Then, he walked to the high platform with the teacup. I won't let you do as you wish. At the same time, somewhere in the crowd stood a young man in purple. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of killing intent. It was Wu Jian. Then. Chapter 968. In an instant, everyone looked at Wu Jian. Qin Feiyang also raised his eyebrows, stopped, and turned to look at Wu Jian, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. It was not easy to get to this point. If he failed because of this person, he would never let this person go. Wu Jian, what are you doing? On the high platform, a purple-clothed woman frowned. She was Wang Yue's mother, the Holy Tower Master, and Wu Jian's master. Wu Jian bowed and said, "Master, disciple has something to say." The purple-clothed woman said angrily, "Can't you wait until the ceremony is over?" As an existence second only to the Chief Tower Master, she naturally knew Qin Feiyang's situation very well. Not only was he highly valued by her father, Wang Su, but he also had a very good relationship with young Master Hao. The most important thing was that the Chief Tower Master also liked this child very much. So Wu Jian suddenly jumped out to stop them, which would definitely cause these people to be dissatisfied. Sure enough, whether it was Wang Su or young Master Hao, they all frowned. Wu Jian said, "Master, it's too late to say these words now." "You," the purple-clothed woman was furious. "Let him speak." At this moment, the Chief Tower Master spoke, looking a little displeased. "Yes." The purple-clothed woman respectfully responded, looked at Wu Jian, and said, "Hurry up and say it, then leave." Wu Jian glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the Chief Tower Master and the others, and said, "Disciple thinks that Ancestor Mu is not worthy to be the Chief Tower Master's disciple." "Nonsense. Go back to the Holy Land." The purple-clothed woman suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Others might not know, but she knew that Qin Feiyang had obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master and was the next Chief Tower Master candidate. And he had an appointment with the Chief Tower Master. If he was not worthy, who was? But in the face of the purple-clothed woman's rebuke, Wu Jian was not afraid, and said, "Master, lords, disciple admits that Ancestor Mu's talent is indeed amazing, but what about his strength?" The Chief Tower Master and the others looked at each other, then looked at Wu Jian again, waiting for him to continue. Wu Jian said, "Disciple went to see him last night, and felt that his strength was not very good." "Are you strong?" A disdainful voice sounded from the crowd. It was Fatso. But as soon as Fatso spoke, a portion of the surrounding disciples immediately looked at him strangely. "What is it? Am I wrong?" Fatso frowned. "Of course you're wrong. And it's a grave mistake. Do you know who he is? His name is Wu Jian, one of the 3 kings of the Holy Tower. It is said that he is about to break through to the combat Emperor realm. Do you think he's strong?" A few disciples said disdainfully, "I'll go." Fatso was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too terrifying? In the meantime, Wu Jian looked at Fatso with disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If you don't agree with what I said, you can have a one-on-one duel with me." Duel? Everyone was stunned. This was a little too much. One was a 1-star battle saint while the other was a 9-star battle saint. There was simply no comparison. "Have you had enough? If you're done, then go back." The purple-clothed woman was on the verge of exploding in anger. Wu Jian's current actions were undoubtedly embarrassing her. And Wu Jian seemed to have long expected that everyone would have such a reaction. He looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt and said, "Of course, I won't bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you still don't dare to accept my challenge, then I can only say that you are really a piece of trash." Seeing that Wu Jian was becoming more and more unscrupulous, the purple-clothed woman clenched her fists and was about to flip out. "Actually, I feel that this battle needs to continue. After all, to become the Chief Pagoda Master's disciple, one must have extraordinary means." Suddenly, a faint laughter sounded in the square. The person who spoke was the leader of the Qilin tribe. He was also Wu Jian's father. Although he didn't know why Wu Jian did this, as a father, he had to fully support his son. Seriously thinking about it, what Brother Wu said does make sense. Talent is important, but if you don't have powerful strength, it's useless. Another leader of a super tribe chimed in. Gongsun Bei looked at the Chief Pagoda Master. The Chief Pagoda Master pondered for a while, glanced at Wu Jian, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since someone doubts your ability, then you might as well prove it to them." "Yes." Qin Feiyang bowed and replied, "Give me the teacup." Gongsun Bei stepped forward and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang handed it over. Gongsun Bei took the teacup and retreated to the side. At the same time, Fatso anxiously transmitted his voice. Boss, you can't just casually attack. What if he got injured and exposed the purple gold dragon blood? I know. I won't give him a chance to fight back. Qin Feiyang secretly replied, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Wu Jian also sneered. Whoosh. The two rushed into the sky almost at the same time, standing in the air. At the same time, Mu Qing stood at the back of the crowd in a low-key manner. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he lowered his head and glanced at the chief pagoda master and others on the high platform, then opened the portal and appeared over a mountain outside the city, and immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. The next moment, a middle-aged man materialized. Mu Qing said, Father, let's act immediately. Act. Mu Jio's lord was stunned, his face was full of puzzlement. Mu Qing said, grab the scorching star flame. When Mu Jio's lord heard this, his face was full of surprise. He asked, aren't we going to wait for Qin Feiyang? We're not waiting. I know Qin Feiyang too well. If we really wait for him to grab the scorching star flame, he will definitely not give it to us. And at the beginning, when we cooperated with him, we also said that when he grabbed the scorching star flame, we would exchange it with the fire Qilin. Father, are you willing to give him the fire Qilin? Mu Qing said. Of course not. Mu Jio's lord said without hesitation. The fire Qilin is a mythological beast, and it's still a mythological beast standing at the top of the pyramid. In the future, it will become the strongest support of the Mu Jio. So, it's better for us to do it ourselves. And now, the big shots of the Chief Pagoda are in the Pill Pagoda Square. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Mu Qing said. Mu Jio's lord hesitated. Because he has already figured out the background of the Chief Pagoda, in addition to the Chief Pagoda, there are 3 terrifying existences in the land of inheritance. Father, we can't hesitate anymore. As long as we do it quickly, no one will find out it's us. And when we do it, let someone disguise themselves as Qin Feiyang and go to the Chief Pagoda. At that time, the Chief Pagoda will naturally think that it's Qin Feiyang who took the scorching star flame. Mu Qing said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Hearing this, Mu Jio's lord nodded fiercely, and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang, this time you've finally lost to me. Mu Qing sneered, opened the portal again, and returned to the Pill Pagoda Square. Everyone's attention is now on Qin Feiyang and Wu Jian, so no one noticed that he had left. In the blink of an eye, Gongsun Bei glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wu Jian, and said, let's begin. Boom. Wu Jian's aura suddenly erupted, and the holy aura swept in all directions. Following closely, his aura continued to fall. Soon, he suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 1-star battle saint. You say, if you lose here, will the Chief Pagoda Master still accept you as a disciple? He was not in a hurry to make a move, and secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang, with a thick playfulness. So confident. Then you'd better go all out, or else you may be the one to lose face. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Back then, he could even defeat the emperor, let alone this clown in front of him. However, he did not dare to be too careless. Because right now, he had many methods that he could not use. For example, battle soul, battle art. Even the divine dragon secret art might expose his identity. Because the divine dragon secret art was the most powerful divine art of his ancestor, and it might have been used in the Forgotten Continent. And once it was used, someone would definitely know. Of course, it could also be that he was being paranoid. But in this situation, he did not dare to gamble, nor did he have the capital to gamble. You still dare to be arrogant. It seems that you don't know how strong I am. Let me tell you, even if I suppress my cultivation to a 1-star battle saint, I can still kill you in second. Wu Jian sneered secretly, his killing intent piercing to the bone. Obviously, not only did Qin Feiyang have the intention to kill, Wu Jian also had the intention to kill. In short, both of them had made up their minds to kill each other today. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said, if you want to fight, Then hurry up, don't waste my time. Prepare to die. Wu Jian's gaze turned cold, and he immediately took a mysterious step, rushing towards Qin Feiyang. His speed was extremely fast. Using a perfect auxiliary technique from the start, it seems that this bitch is planning to defeat Ancestor Mu easily. Young Master Hao muttered, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and his expression suddenly froze. What did this bastard mean? Why was he motionless like a wooden man? Qin Feiyang indeed did not move, and there was not the slightest bit of aura around his body, giving people the feeling that he had given up resisting. But no one noticed that his hands were tightly clenched together. They also did not know that on his palms, a golden return word had appeared. What the hell? Why don't you rush up and fight? Could it be like what Wu Jian said, that this person only has talent, but no strength? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing motionlessly in the air, the eyes of the crowd below were filled with suspicion. Leader, who do you think will win? The high priest of the Qilin tribe secretly asked the leader of the Qilin tribe. Is there a need to ask? Jian is the most outstanding genius of my Qilin tribe. Usually, he often goes outside the city to fight with beasts to cultivate his combat awareness. As for this Ancestor Mu, according to my inquiry, ever since he entered the main tower, he has been squatting in the alchemy room to cultivate in seclusion every day. It can be seen that he must be a pampered master with no combat experience. So there is no suspense at all. The final winner will definitely be Jian. The leader of the Qilin tribe smiled confidently. Makes sense. The high priest of the Qilin tribe nodded. If these words were heard by Qin Feiyang, he would definitely laugh from ear to ear. Pampered. In his dictionary, there had never been these words. Chapter 969. Boom. Finally. Wu Jian flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Are you afraid? If not, why aren't you moving? But it's too late to be afraid now. This is the consequence of going against me. Qilin battle fist. He sneered inwardly as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. The shadow of a fire Qilin roared out from Wu Jian's fist, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. This was also a perfect battle technique. The consequence of going against you. Qin Feiyang was silent, but his eyes were full of mockery. He really didn't know where this person found the confidence to say such words. The Qilin battle fist whistled. That powerful aura was earth-shattering, and even the void was trembling and distorting violently. It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang moved. He suddenly raised his clenched hands, and two dazzling golden lights bloomed. Puff. Boom. Wu Jian was blasted away on the spot, spitting out blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Everything happened too suddenly, too quickly, and the people below did not know what was going on. But Wu Jian felt it deeply. Just as Qin Feiyang raised his hand, his Qilin battle fist actually changed sides and pounced back at him. Giving oneself a taste of their own medicine, what kind of battle art was this? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's attack succeeded, and he instantly caught up and stood behind Wu Jian. Your biggest mistake is to suppress your cultivation to challenge me. Now, I'll send you to the afterlife. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and before Wu Jian could react, his right hand was like a blade, sinking into Wu Jian's back and grabbing Wu Jian's heart. No. That fatal crisis made Wu Jian tremble, and he hurriedly yelled. At the same time, the suppressed cultivation base also burst out. However, just before his aura erupted, Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers suddenly contracted, crushing Wu Jian's heart on the spot. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky. At the same time, these screams also impacted everyone's eardrums and shocked everyone's heart. Wu Jian is dead. He was insta-killed. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. The chief pagoda master and the others were also extremely shocked. The entire process of Qin Feiyang's attack happened in the blink of an eye. They couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. It was too fast. None of them had expected Qin Feiyang's methods to be so swift and terrifying. Furthermore, he did not expect that he would kill Wu Jian directly. All right. The fatty in the crowd was also shocked. However, when he came back to his senses, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He roared excitedly in his heart. In front of countless big shots, and even in front of the Chilean tribe's chief, he mercilessly killed Wu Jian. Only someone with such courage and means is worthy of being Fatso's boss, worthy of being Fatso's idol. The square of the Pill Pagoda fell into a dead silence. Qin Feiyang pulled back his arm. His hand was dripping with blood, while Wu Jian fell down powerlessly. The fluctuations of life had already disappeared. Jian-er. An angry roar broke the dead silence. The chief of the Chilean tribe suddenly stood up and rushed into the sky, holding Wu Jian in his arms. Seeing that Wu Jian was already dead, a substantial murderous aura suddenly rose from his body. Whoosh! He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. He was like an enraged beast with bloodshot eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression was indifferent. He took out a white robe from his chenkuan bag and wiped the bloodstains on his hands. He said indifferently, "I don't easily accept other people's challenges. However, as long as I accept, only one person can survive." Domineering. Everyone's heart trembled. In their eyes, that frail-looking figure was like a towering mountain, incomparably majestic. "I admit that this matter is my son's fault. However, aren't you a bit too ruthless?" The chief of the Chilean tribe was furious. Not only did he kill his son, but he also dared to be so arrogant. This was simply unforgivable. Ruthless? Don't be naive. I have no obligation to let go of someone who repeatedly provoked me. He can only blame himself for overestimating himself. At the same time, this is also a warning to some people who have bad intentions and are arrogant. Not everyone in the world will spoil you like your parents. This world is very cruel. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He threw away the robe that was used to wipe the bloodstains and landed on the high platform in front of Gongsun Bei. Gongsun Bei looked at the chief of the Chilean tribe and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, "You've made a big deal out of this." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Before the duel, you didn't say that you couldn't kill." Gongsun Bei was dazed. He smiled bitterly and said, "So it's still my fault." "You're not wrong. I'm not wrong. He's the one who's wrong. He shouldn't have jumped out to cause trouble at such an important ceremony. He has to pay the price for doing wrong," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Gongsun Bei couldn't refute. He couldn't help but look at the Chief Tower Master. "Lord Chief Pagoda Master, please uphold justice for my son. Also, Holy Pagoda Master, my son is your personal disciple. Can you just stand by and watch him die?" The chief of the Chilean tribe looked at the Chief Tower Master and the purple-clothed woman and cried out. The purple-clothed woman frowned. To be honest, she was also very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang's approach. However, for some reason, she couldn't blame Qin Feiyang. As for the Chief Tower Master, he lowered his head and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Suddenly, Wang Su said, "This old man thinks that Ancestor Mu didn't do anything wrong. If it were this old man would have done the same." "Father." The purple-clothed woman turned to look at Wang Su. Her expression was full of displeasure. Wang Su turned a blind eye and said indifferently, "Although Wu Jian is talented, he doesn't see the big picture." "What's going on now?" "The Chief Tower Master is accepting a disciple. We old fellows don't dare to talk nonsense. He, a mere disciple, actually dares to jump out and cause trouble. This old man would like to ask, who lent him this courage? Actually, we all know that he is jealous of Ancestor Mu. It can also be seen how narrow-minded he is, speaking of which." Wang Su couldn't help but sneer and said, "It's difficult for such a person to become a great person." The chief of the Chilean tribe said angrily, "Elder Wang, how can you speak for an outsider? Wu Jian was the disciple of the purple-clothed woman. The purple-clothed woman was Wang Su's daughter-in-law. So in the eyes of the Chilean tribe leader, they were all family, and Qin Feiyang was just an outsider." "Outsider? I'm sorry, but in this old man's eyes, whether it is Ancestor Mu or Wu Jian, they are all disciples of the Chief Tower. There is no distinction between inside and outside." Wang Su said expressionlessly, not giving the Chilean tribe leader any face. The chief of the Chilean tribe was furious. Enough. But at this moment, The silent Chief Tower Master raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up at the crowd, and said, "This matter is indeed Wu Jian's fault. You can't blame Ancestor Mu. Of course. Ancestor Mu doesn't care about the friendship between fellow disciples. It is also wrong. When the ceremony is over, this Lord will punish him to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. And this matter will end here." After the Chief Tower Master finished speaking, he nodded to Gongsun Bei. Gongsun Bei understood and handed the teacup in his hand to Qin Feiyang, secretly saying, "See, the Chief Tower Master is obviously biased towards you. Don't let him down in the future." Qin Feiyang nodded, took the teacup, turned and walked in front of the Chief Tower Master, bowed and said, "Lord, please have some tea." "Still calling me Lord? Why are you so stupid?" Gongsun Bei secretly scolded. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then bowed again and said, "Master, please have some tea." "Good." The Chief Tower Master smiled, took the teacup, and gently took a sip, then put it on the tea table next to him. Gongsun Bei smiled and said, "Now, the third step is to accept the Chief Tower Master's test." The Chief Tower Master waved his hand and said, "Forget about the test, because this Lord has already tested him a long time ago." "Already tested him? When? How come we didn't know?" When everyone heard this, they were all extremely shocked. The Chief Tower Master looked at Gongsun Bei and said, "Explain to them." "Okay." Gongsun Bei nodded. Then he looked at the leaders of the various tribes and the surrounding disciples and said, "I believe everyone is wondering why the Chief Tower Master said this. Actually, Lord Chief Pagoda Master gave Ancestor Mu a huge test long ago. This test was that as long as Ancestor Mu could break through to the Battle Saint realm in 2 years, the Chief Tower Master would accept him as a disciple. And the result was that Ancestor Mu used less than a month to break through to the Battle Saint realm." Gongsun Bei said. "So that's how it is." Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that Ancestor Mu had already been decided, and this ceremony was just a formality. Everyone could not help but look at Wu Jian with sympathy. If Wu Jian was still alive and heard Gongsun Bei's words, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Seeing that situation, the leader of the Qilin tribe gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang, opened the teleportation gate, hugged Wu Jian, and without even saying goodbye, left without even looking back. The high priest of the Qilin tribe also hurriedly followed. Serves him right. The leaders and high priests of the other super tribes watched the portal disappear with a trace of Schadenfreude in their eyes. If the Qilin tribe leader had come out to stop Wu Jian when he was causing trouble, Wu Jian would not have lost his life. Unfortunately, as a father, not only did he not stop it, he even supported it. Therefore, the Qilin tribe leader was partly responsible for Wu Jian's death. Gongsun Bei and the others on the high platform did not have much of a reaction to the two's departure. Suddenly, the Chief Tower Master stood up. Everyone thought that he was going to leave and was about to bow to see him off. But he did not. The Chief Tower Master glanced at everyone present and said with a smile, "There is one more thing that I want to announce personally here." Announce personally? Looks like it must be something big. Everyone murmured secretly. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Wang Yu'er and said, "I believe everyone has already heard about the matter between Ancestor Mu and Wang Yu'er." Everyone nodded. Chapter 970. Last night, Elder Wang came to find me late at night to discuss how to solve this matter. After all, Wang Yu'er is a girl. If such a thing happens, if it is not solved in time, it will definitely affect her reputation. And after our discussion, we finally thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. The Chief Pagoda Master laughed. Best of both worlds? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, his eyes full of expectation. This was the problem that he had the most headache about now. If there was really a way to have the best of both worlds, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. "Sister, do you know what the way is?" Young Master Hao secretly asked. "I was just about to ask you." Wang Yu'er whispered. Young Master Hao was stunned. Wang Yu'er didn't know either. He looked at the Chief Pagoda Master and Wang Su. What method did these two old guys come up with? At the same time, the Chief Pagoda Master turned to look at Wang Su and transmitted his voice, "Elder Wang, before I say it, think about it again. It's not too late to regret now. Elder Wang said, "At this point, there's nothing to think about, say it." "Okay." The chief pagoda master nodded and faced the crowd again, saying, "After my discussion with Elder Wang, we finally decided that since the two of them are in love with each other, it's better to fulfill their wish. Now, I will personally grant them a marriage." "What the hell?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that the two of them would come up with such a method. Grant a marriage? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Young Master Hao was also stunned. Wang Yue looked at the chief pagoda master and Wang Su dumbfounded. The crowd around also became restless. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He had just become the chief pagoda master's personal disciple, and he was immediately granted a marriage. And it was Elder Wang's granddaughter. This guy was way too lucky. In the future, who would dare to offend him in the chief pagoda? The chief pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue and said with a smile, "You two have no objections, right?" "Yes." The two spoke almost at the same time. The chief pagoda master frowned. Wang Su, the purple-clothed woman, and the purple-clothed man also raised their eyebrows without a trace. At the same time, Wang Yue looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "It's a blessing that I can marry you. What can you say?" "Thank you. But I can't afford to enjoy this blessing." Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Bastard, don't go too far." Wang Yue gritted her teeth. "I'm going too far. Let me tell you, I don't want to argue with you. Otherwise, you'll be even more embarrassed." Qin Feiyang said. "You." Wang Yue was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Chief Pagoda Master and Wang Su and said, "I don't agree." "Don't mess around." Wang Su shouted. "Grandpa, this is my personal matter. What right do you have to decide for me? Besides, have you asked for your parents' opinion?" Wang Yue said angrily. "We've already agreed." The purple-clothed woman said. The man in purple nodded as well. "You." Wang Yue pointed at the three of them. Her face was full of disbelief. She had actually decided her marriage just like that. "You're too hasty. Have you asked me? I'm not your pet. In short, I don't agree." Wang Yue turned her head. Her eyes were red and she looked very aggrieved. "I don't agree either," Qin Feiyang said. This was simply nonsense. Chief Pagoda Master and the other three looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This was originally a joyous occasion, but they didn't expect that the two parties were unwilling. "Humph. This matter is not up to you." A moment later, Wang Su snorted. It seemed that he was determined to let the two of them get married. "Then I'll die," Wang Yue said angrily. Tears came out. "You." Wang Su suddenly stood up and glared at Wang Yue. He shouted, "You even dare to disobey my words. Are you trying to rebel?" Seeing this, the purple-clothed woman hurriedly stood up and comforted, "Father, calm down. I'll talk to her." "Talk about what?" "This matter is settled. There's no room for discussion," Wang Su said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Elder Wang, I know your intention, but this is too childish." "Shut up." Wang Su glared at him. Qin Feiyang frowned, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. At the same time, the purple-clothed woman walked to Wang Yue's side and whispered, "Yue, in fact, your father and I are reluctant to hand you over to Ancestor Mu, but there's no other way now. Yes, if you and Ancestor Mu don't get married, you will definitely be laughed at in the future. In fact, in the end, this is all caused by you. You have to accept our arrangement." The purple-clothed man also came over to persuade her. Wang Yue said anxiously, "But I don't have any feelings for him at all, and he's not worthy of me." "Feelings can be cultivated slowly. When I married your mother, didn't we also have no feelings for each other? But look how well we're doing now. As for whether he's worthy of you or not, as your father, I also admit that he is indeed not worthy of you right now. But as long as he is willing to work hard, with his ability and talent, he will definitely achieve something in the future." The purple-clothed man laughed. Seeing that his father and mother had already made up their minds, Wang Yue couldn't help but feel despair. What's going on? Chief Pagoda Master's marriage, and he actually rejected it. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. It was understandable that Wang Yue didn't agree. After all, Her family background was there, but what right did this ancestor Mu have to refuse? Was he stupid? Such a good thing, others couldn't even ask for it. Qin Feiyang, have you forgotten what I said to you? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. He raised his eyebrows, glanced at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, and sent a sound transmission. You came uninvited today, could it be because of this? What else? I don't have that much free time. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Why is that? Qin Feiyang's face was rather gloomy. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, the reason is very simple, if you marry Wang Yue, you will be able to obtain a higher status, better resources, and more trust. Qin Feiyang said angrily, you want me to use her? You are just a passerby in the Forgotten Continent, what's wrong with using her? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said indifferently. Can a passerby take advantage of other people's feelings? I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Let me tell you, it's impossible for me to do that. Although I can do anything to achieve my goal, I can't deceive other people's feelings. Because this will ruin Wang Yue's life. She is just a simple woman, I don't want to drag her into this mess. Qin Feiyang said resolutely, without any room for discussion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house couldn't help but frown. For a moment, the Pill Pagoda Square once again fell into dead silence. Suddenly, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the four of them and smiled. Although I am an outsider and do not have the qualifications to express my opinion, I still can't help but want to say a few words. Speak. The four of them looked at her. This kind of thing can't be forced, otherwise both sides won't be happy in the future. I think we should think of a compromise. Let's get engaged first. After they develop feelings for each other, we'll talk about marriage. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The four of them looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a while, the Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue, and asked, what do you think? Do I have a choice? Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. Unless he didn't want to obtain the Tiangang flames and the 5 colors crystal, he would have to nod his head in agreement. Wang Yue had no choice. Because she was afraid that if she continued to resist, her grandfather and parents might let her marry Qin Feiyang right now. And if it was just an engagement, there would still be a chance in the future. The Chief Tower Master laughed. Since there are no objections, then Gongsun Bei, immediately prepare 2 marriage contracts. Yes. Gongsun Bei respectfully responded, turned around, walked to a tea table, and took out a brush, ink, and paper. After a while, 2 marriage contracts were out. Then Gongsun Bei took the 2 marriage contracts and handed them to the Chief Tower Master, Wang Su, and Wang Yue's parents to check them one by one. No problem. The purple-clothed woman nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue, and said with a smile, you two, come and take a look. The 2 of them stepped forward, each took a marriage contract, and carefully checked it. The general content was that today, under the witness of the Chief Tower Master, Ancestor Mu and Wang Yue had a marriage contract, and when the time was right, the wedding ceremony would be held. The Chief Tower Master said, if there are no objections, write down your names. Wang Yue glanced at Qin Feiyang, then directly cut her fingertip and pressed a bloody fingerprint on the 2 marriage contracts. Qin Feiyang frowned and also pressed 2 fingerprints. This also meant that the marriage contract between the 2 was officially in effect. Wang Su finally smiled. He looked at the 2 of them and said, each of you has a copy of these 2 marriage contracts. Take good care of them. As long as there was a marriage contract, the 2 of them would get married sooner or later. No one could run away from it. Humph. Wang Yue snorted and casually threw the marriage contracts into her Chenkuan bag. She transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang, come to the sacred land to see me tonight. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said warily, what? Look at you, are you afraid that I'll eat you? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in you. Wang Yue glanced at him disdainfully and took out a portal. That's good, because I'm not interested in you either. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Wang Yue did not feel the slightest joy of relief. Instead, she was so angry that she almost went berserk. Just you wait and see, she said ruthlessly and was about to open the portal to leave. Puff. However, at this moment, the purple-clothed woman sitting on the chair suddenly trembled, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Mother, what's wrong? Wang Yue immediately ran up and asked anxiously. However, the purple-clothed woman did not answer, nor did she pay attention to the chief tower master and the others. She directly closed her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the chief tower master. She said in shock and anger, "Someone erased the blood contract I left in the Big Dipper flame." What? The chief tower master's expression changed drastically. He immediately opened the portal and rushed in like lightning. Chapter 971. At the same time, Gongsun Bei's face darkened, and he shouted, "Seal the main tower immediately, don't let anyone suspicious go." Whoosh! Hundreds of divine envoys, law-enforcing elders, deacon elders, 10 peak masters, and 10 pagoda masters all rushed into the sky and flew in all directions, searching thoroughly. The scene was also chaotic. No one would have thought that someone would sneak into the main tower at this time and steal the heavenly dipper flame. Gongsun Bei looked at the people of the super tribes and cupped his hands. "Everyone, this is an emergency, so I won't see you off. It's okay, catching the thief is more important." The leader of a super tribe said. "See you again." Gongsun Bei cupped his hands and said, then looked at Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Yue, and warned, "You guys be careful too." After saying that, he opened the portal and left. "Who is so bold to enter our main tower to steal?" Young Master Hao frowned. "The most important thing is that this person can erase my mother's blood contract. He must be very strong," Wang Yue said in a deep voice. "What's your mother's cultivation?" Qin Feiyang asked. 8-star War Emperor, Wang Yue said. "So strong." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then immediately scanned the crowd around him. When he first came to the Pill Pagoda Square, he had already noticed Mu Qing in the crowd. And only the Mu family would steal the heavenly dipper flame. The crowd around him was very chaotic. Everyone was talking at once, and the noise was earth-shattering. Soon, Qin Feiyang found Mu Qing in the crowd. At the same time, Mu Qing was also looking at Qin Feiyang. "It's you." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "What is me?" Mu Qing responded suspiciously. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Stop pretending, other than your Mu family, who else dares to enter the main tower?" "Hee hee." Mu Qing smiled secretly and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. That's right, I asked someone to steal it." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his gloomy eyes were extremely frightening. As soon as Mu Qing admitted it, he had a rough idea. They must have taken advantage of the fact that no one was guarding the sacred ground to let a powerhouse of the Mu clan sneak into the main tower and steal the heavenly star flame. In other words, Mu Qing had used him as bait to attract the attention of all the tycoons. In fact, this was a good thing for him. Because from now on, he could focus on seizing the 5-colored crystal and wouldn't have to waste his energy on seizing the heavenly star flame. But this was also bad news. That was the fire Qilin. If the heavenly star flame falls into the hands of the Mu Jiu, it means that he has lost his bargaining chip to exchange for the fire Qilin. The most important thing is that now that his value is gone, the Mu family is likely to announce his true identity. At that time, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Qing smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous because I won't reveal your identity for now." Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Could it be that, as he thought before, he still has other value? Mu Qing said again, "As for the fire Qilin, you can also use the heavenly thunder flame, heavenly star flame, and ice flame to exchange for it." "Are you dreaming?" Qin Feiyang sneered. If he really gave these 3 flames to Mu Qing, then he really had no bargaining chips in his hand. Not to mention, he must go to the miracle. "I knew you wouldn't agree, but it doesn't matter. After all, we are still partners. And now that the heavenly star flame is in our hands, we don't need to stay in the main tower anymore. Why don't you come with me to visit the Mu clan?" Mu Qing said with a smile. "Not interested." Qin Feiyang responded faintly. To be honest, he really wanted to go to the Mu clan. Because in this way, he would know where the Mu clan's nest was. But he knew that the Mu clan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once he went in, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out. That's a pity, but I won't force you. When you want to go, just send me a message. In addition, you have to be careful. If one day your identity is exposed, no one will come to help you. Mu Qing jokingly smiled, took out a portal, and said with a hint of threat. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. But then, he seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, I will be careful, and you, Mu clan, better be careful. What should we be careful of? Mu Qing looked at him playfully. Don't be so confident. I have something in your hands, and you also have something in my hands. For example, if the people in the main tower know that Liu Xingfeng is your second grandpa, how will the main tower respond? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, and then opened the portal and left. Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least now it was not completely out of control. At this time, young Master Hao said, let's go, let's also go to the Holy Land to have a look. Wang Yue nodded. Qin Feiyang said, you guys go first. What are you doing? Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I have something to deal with. Mysterious, it must be something that can't be exposed. Wang Yue snorted coldly. Young Master Hao's face twitched, and he teased, sister, now he is your fiancé. Isn't it inappropriate to say that? Brat, I think you are asking for a beating. Wang Yue's face darkened, and she immediately pounced on young Master Hao fiercely. What? You still want to go back on your word? Impossible, the marriage contract is already here, just accept your fate. Ha ha, young Master Hao fled while laughing heartily. Wang Yue, who was behind him, was furious. Fiancé, Qin Feiyang muttered, feeling bitter in his heart. He never thought that he would have a fiancé just because of a farce. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed to encounter such a thing. But he really couldn't feel happy. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up at the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe. Brother Mu, congratulations. Brother Mu, please take care of us in the future. The people of the major tribes didn't leave, and they went up to Qin Feiyang to flatter him. Seniors, you are too polite. The one who needs to take care of in the future is me. Qin Feiyang smiled politely. You are neither arrogant nor rash. You are a talent. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang jumped off the high platform, walked to the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe, and said with a smile, Seniors, I would like to have a private chat with you. Can you do me the honor? Private chat. All the leaders were dumbfounded. The chief and high priest of the divine python tribe were also suspicious. Of course. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. Please come with me. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and walked in first. The chief and high priest of the divine python tribe looked at each other and followed one after another. The other chiefs and high priests of the major tribes looked at each other. What was going on? At first, they wanted to curry favor with Qin Feiyang. After all, his status was not ordinary now. But they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would leave with the two people of the divine python tribe. Do you think that Ancestor Mu and the divine python tribe have some relationship? One of the chiefs of the major tribes asked secretly. But when they heard this question, no one answered. They all fell into deep thought. Because if that was the case, the divine python tribe would undoubtedly have a strong and powerful backer. And the other tribes would be in a bad situation. First Tower, Alchemy Room 10. Qin Feiyang walked into the lounge, pointed to the chair next to him, and said with a smile, Seniors, please have a seat. The two of them sat down one after another. The chief of the divine python tribe said with a smile, Little brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Qin Feiyang looked at the pattern of the divine python on their chests again and said, Is there a man called Pei Zhongfeng in your tribe? The two of them hadn't sat down for long. Hearing this, they both stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang with surprise and doubt. Qin Feiyang had an answer in his heart. When he entered the square of the Pill Pagoda, he found that the pattern of the divine python on their chests was exactly the same as the pattern on Pei Zhongfeng's identity token. At that time, he thought that Pei Zhongfeng might be a member of the divine python tribe. But there were too many people at that time, so it was inconvenient to ask. But now, the reaction of the two of them undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Qin Feiyang took out Pei Zhongfeng's identity token and handed it to the two of them. The chief of the divine python tribe took back his hand with trembling hands and took the token. When he saw the name Pei Zhongfeng, his eyes became misty. The high priest glanced at the chief, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Little brother, why do you have this token?" Qin Feiyang said, "I found it in Pei Zhongfeng's Chenkuan bag." "What? Where is he now?" The high priest trembled and asked hurriedly. The chief of the divine python tribe also looked at him anxiously. Qin Feiyang hesitated and sighed. "He's already dead." "Dead?" The high priest was dumbfounded. The chief of the divine python tribe collapsed in an instant, his face full of grief. "Who is Pei Zhongfeng to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. The chief of the divine python tribe looked at the token silently and was extremely sad. "Alas!" The high priest sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Little brother, to be honest, Pei Zhongfeng is our biological brother and Pei Yi's biological father." "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the person he was looking for was Pei Yi's biological father. A moment later, the chief of the divine python tribe looked up and asked, "Little brother, do you know how my brother died? Where is his body now?" "I don't know how he died either. All these years, I've been trying to find out more about him, but to no avail. As for his body, I buried him in the third region." Qin Feiyang said. "It's been so many years, and I finally got news of him. However, I only got news of his death." The chief of the mysterious tribe lamented and felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Qin Feiyang asked, "You don't know the cause of his death either?" "No. My brother was born with a simple heart and never chased after fame and fortune. He only liked to cultivate quietly. Back then, our father wanted him to inherit the position of the chief of the divine python tribe, but he refused. Because of this, he even quarreled with our father. In the end, he ran away from home in a fit of anger. Since then, there has been no news of him. All these years, we've been looking for him too. But we all thought that he was hiding somewhere in the central divine kingdom to cultivate in seclusion. Hence, we only looked for him in the central divine kingdom. Unexpectedly, he actually went to the 9 regions." Chapter 972. He left home just because of this. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Was Pei Yi born when he left?" "Not long ago." The chief of the divine python tribe said. Qin Feiyang immediately shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. He thought that Pei Zhongfeng was a great figure, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. Because, to put it nicely, he was indifferent to fame and fortune. To put it bluntly, he was childish. Besides, Pei Yi was already born at that time. It was irresponsible of him to leave just like that. In other words, he was selfish. After a long time, the chief of the divine python tribe looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, I hope you won't tell Pei Yi about this for now." "Yes. Yi loves and hates his father. If he suddenly knows about his father's death, I'm afraid he will have a mental breakdown." The high priest nodded and agreed. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But Pei Zhongfeng is his father after all. He should know." The chief of the divine python tribe pondered for a while and said, "I'll find a suitable opportunity to tell him. By the way, did my brother leave behind any other relics?" This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Of course, there were relics. Sacred weapon ice blade, 6th grade alchemy fire, 6th grade alchemy furnace, and a large number of medicinal herbs. But he had already forgotten what medicinal herbs there were and how many there were. The 6th grade alchemy fire had long been devoured by the netherworld demonic flame. In other words, the only things he could return to the divine python tribe were the ice blade and the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace did not matter. Anyway, it was broken and useless. But frankly speaking, he could not bear to return the ice blade to the divine python tribe. Seeing Qin Feiyang hesitate, the chief of the divine python tribe smiled and said, "Little brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for these relics. After all, you got them with your own ability. We have no right to ask them back. I just want to see if I can find out the cause of his death from these relics. You can rest assured. I've already checked and found no clues about the cause of his death. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them looked at each other with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Crack. Suddenly, the chief of the divine python tribe clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we must find out the cause of his death and avenge him. Yes, whoever dares to hurt the people of the divine python tribe will have to pay the price." The high priest nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, Qin Feiyang shook his head non-committally. After such a long time, it was unrealistic to find out who killed Pei Zhongfeng. After a while, the chief of the divine python tribe put away the token and cupped his hands. "Little brother, thank you so much. If you have time in the future, remember to visit my divine python tribe." "I will." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Then we'll take our leave first." The chief of the divine python tribe said. "Take care. I won't see you out," Qin Feiyang said. Then, the chief of the divine python tribe opened a portal and left with the high priest. Strange, when the teleportation gate dissipated, Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. One had to know. Pei Zhongfeng had a high status in the divine python tribe. And the chief of the divine python tribe was Pei Zhongfeng's younger brother. If it were him, he would definitely ask for the exact location of Pei Zhongfeng's burial and then immediately bring Pei Zhongfeng's body back and bury it in the tribe. However, the chief of the divine python tribe did not even ask. Was this the attitude of a younger brother? After a while, Qin Feiyang whispered, "He must be too sad and hasn't reacted yet." This was the only explanation that made sense. He stood there and pondered for a while. Then, he entered the alchemy room and put away the alchemy furnace. Then, he walked out of the alchemy room and flew toward the Holy Land. Everywhere he passed, the disciples he met were extremely respectful. About half an hour passed. Finally, a huge object entered Qin Feiyang's sight. It was a stone tower, dark and towering, exuding an ancient aura. Opposite the ancient tower, there was a steep giant peak, like a giant sword, towering into the clouds. That was the place where the disciples of the Holy Land cultivated, the Holy Tower and the Holy Peak. Qin Feiyang flew straight to the Holy Tower. In front of the Holy Tower, there was a square of about 1,000 feet, paved with a layer of green stone slabs. At this moment, the square was full of people. Even the surrounding void was filled with people. They were all disciples of the Holy Peak and the Holy Tower, and each of them had extraordinary strength. Ancestor Mu. As soon as they saw Qin Feiyang arrive, their pupils constricted. There was fear. There was envy. And jealousy. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and scanned the crowd below. After a while, he did not see Elder Wang and the others, so he looked at a disciple and asked, "Where is Elder Wang and the others?" "They have all left. They should be discussing this matter with the Chief Tower Master," the disciple said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, opened the portal, and directly descended in front of the Chief Tower Master's courtyard. Last time, he had been here with young Master Hao, so he knew the coordinates. As the disciple said, the senior figures of the Chief Tower were all here. The Chief Tower Master, Elder Wang, and Wang Yuer's parents were all sitting in the pavilion. The rest stood around the four of them. They did not speak. Their faces were gloomy. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young Master Hao and Wang Yuer stood on the path between the flower beds, looking at those people from afar. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed, landed beside the two, and asked, "How's the situation?" "We didn't catch that person. We didn't even see that person's shadow." But, young Master Hao's face was also very ugly. "But what?" Qin Feiyang asked. Young Master Hao said, "Someone found Qin Feiyang's trace in the holy ground." "Bastard." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly surged with anger. It was obvious. This must have been done by Mu Qing on purpose. As for why Mu Qing did this, it was nothing more than to shift the target. Now the people present probably already thought that it was him who had snatched the heavenly star flame. This Qin Feiyang is simply too lawless, We must find him and execute him in public. Sure enough. In the pavilion, a peak master of the Warrior Mountains said with a murderous aura. We all want to find him, but the problem is that this person comes and goes without a trace. We can't do anything to him at all. Gongsun Bei said. Bastard. The Chief Tower Master slammed his palm on the stone table and said angrily, Our dignified Chief Tower, there are countless powerhouses, but we can't do anything to a kid like him, aren't we a joke? Investigate immediately, even if we have to turn the forgotten continent upside down, we must find him for me. Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly went to make arrangements. After Gongsun Bei left, the Chief Pagoda Master looked at the 10 Peak Masters. The 10 Pagoda Masters said, All of you, stay in your positions and guard against any potential dangers. If something like this happens again, I will hold you responsible. Yes. The 10 Peak Masters and 10 Pagoda Masters respectfully responded and hurriedly left. At this point, in the pavilion, only the Chief Tower Master and the other 3 were left. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and said, The 3 of you, come here. The 3 looked at each other and quickly walked over. The Chief Tower Master said, You all know the situation, now tell me, do you have any good ideas? Wang Yue was silent. Young Master Hao was silent. Qin Feiyang was also silent. What a joke. He was Qin Feiyang. How could he help these people to come up with a plan to deal with him? The Chief Tower Master raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Ancestor Mu, you speak. Me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he mention his name? Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for him? After a while, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Forgive this disciple for speaking bluntly, but it is almost impossible to find Qin Feiyang. What do you mean? The Chief Tower Master and the other 3 looked at him. It's very simple. Since he dared to enter the Chief Tower and steal the heavenly starflame, then he is not afraid of us finding him. But there is one thing that this disciple still can't figure out. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Chief Tower Master asked. As everyone knows, Qin Feiyang has someone protecting him, but who is this person protecting him? And our Chief Tower controls the entire forgotten continent. Who has the courage to go against us? Qin Feiyang said. The 4 fell silent. Qin Feiyang said again, In fact, we don't need to specifically look for Qin Feiyang, we just need to find the person behind Qin Feiyang. Makes sense. Wang Mo nodded. In this way, the scope was reduced a lot. Because there are not many people in the Forgotten Continent who have the ability to break into the Chief Tower and dare to go against the Chief Tower. The purple-clothed woman suddenly said, I think the only one who dares to go against our Chief Tower is the Mu family. Mu family, the Chief Tower Master frowned. The purple-clothed man said, Then who is the mysterious madam behind Qin Feiyang? The purple-clothed woman said, Why don't we make a bold guess? Could this mysterious madam be from the Mu family? You mean, the Mu family is a thief pretending to be a thief? The purple-clothed man was surprised. I don't exclude this possibility. The purple-clothed woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, Master, Elder Wang, Auntie, Uncle, there is actually a simpler way. Say it. The 4 looked at him, their eyes full of expectation. Qin Feiyang said, Before I say it, this disciple wants to ask, is there any secret hidden in the heavenly star flames? Obviously, this was asking the obvious. When the 4 heard this question, they all fell silent. There really is a secret. Young Master Hao and Wang Yue looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a touch of surprise. After a while, the Chief Tower Master looked up at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and nodded, There is indeed a secret, but this secret can't be told to you yet. Then how many people know this secret? Qin Feiyang asked. Not many. The Chief Tower Master shook his head. Then it's simple. Let's start from this point. Anyone who knows this secret, go and investigate it. I think it must be one of them behind the scenes. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Such a simple reason, why didn't we think of it before? The 4 looked at each other. Qin Feiyang did this because he wanted to turn the tables on the Mu family and put some pressure on the Mu family. Moreover, he can't always be the scapegoat, right? Chapter 973. Inside the pavilion. The pagoda master and the other three were lost in thought. Qin Feiyang was also silent. After a while, the pagoda master looked up at the three and said, "You should be thinking the same thing as me." The three nodded. The pagoda master said, "Well, from now on, pay close attention to the Mujio's movements. Old man, since you all suspect that it's the Mujio, just send someone to ask. Why do you still want to spy on them?" Young Master Hao frowned. "I say, what are you thinking about all day long? Do we have any evidence now?" "No. We're just guessing. In this case, we can't directly question them." The pagoda master said angrily. "There's one more thing, the Mujio doesn't know yet. We've already begun to suspect them, so we won't be particularly cautious. But if we run to question them now, they will be very careful in the future. In this way, no matter how we investigate, there won't be any results." Qin Feiyang added. Chief Pagoda Master looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Soon after, he looked at young Master Hao and said with a straight face, "Do you see that? This is the gap between you and him. In the future, you should learn from him and use your brain more." "Humph." Young Master Hao coldly snorted and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He looked quite dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the pagoda master and said, "This disciple also wants to do something. Please help me." In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to find out the location of the Mujio's nest. The pagoda master was stunned and smiled. "I won't let you take risks, but I'm very pleased that you have this intention." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. The pagoda master thought for a moment and said, "But there's one thing that I can give you to deal with." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The pagoda master said, "Go to Qinghai. I'll tell you the details in a few days." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The pagoda master smiled. "Then you go do your work. I still have something to discuss with old Wang." Disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted. Then, he turned around and walked out. Young Master Hao chased after him in big strides and said angrily, "You bastard, you're really in the limelight. Is there?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Keep pretending. I'm afraid that in the old man's eyes, you're more important than me, his own son." Seeing Chief Pagoda Master's attitude towards Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao's jealousy exploded. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your limelight. Why are you apologizing?" "I'm not blaming you. I only blame myself for being useless. No matter what I do, I can't satisfy him." Young Master Hao sighed deeply and asked, "Where are you going now?" "Of course I'm going back to the first tower to cultivate." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You really are a cultivation maniac." Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and said, "You don't need to go to the first pagoda now. The old man has already arranged a place for you to stay in the Holy Land. I will take you there." "It's arranged." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He followed behind young Master Hao, walked out of the courtyard, and walked down a secluded path. But gradually, he frowned because Wang Yue was still following behind them. "What do you want to do?" A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally couldn't help but stop and turn around to look at Wang Yue angrily. "Me? What do you mean?" Wang Yue was a little stunned. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "If you don't have any ulterior motives, why do you keep following me?" "Following you? What a joke." Wang Yue sneered without hiding it, walked straight past Qin Feiyang, and then walked forward without looking back. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao had been snickering at the side. After Wang Yue left, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a low smile, "I forgot to tell you, Sister Yu also lives in this direction, and it's not far from where you live." "Ah." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It turned out that he had misunderstood Wang Yue. That was awkward. Young Master Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and he asked, "But speaking of which, how should I address you now?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Originally, I called you brother. But now, you and Sister Yu have taken off the engagement, so shouldn't I call you brother-in-law?" Young Master Hao said. Brother-in-law? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand and said, Forget it, I really can't afford it. Hee. It seems like you don't like this sister of mine at all. Young Master Hao smirked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, It's not that I'm resistant. Then why? Young Master Hao was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to talk about feelings at the moment, and I don't want to let someone down. Young Master Hao was surprised. Could it be that this person already had someone he liked? A moment later, the two of them came to a lake. The lake was very large, covering an area of several miles. The lake water was clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. In the center, there was a piece of land, about 1,000 feet long, like a small island, sitting in the center of the lake. This is. Qin Feiyang looked at the lake suspiciously. Young Master Hao said, This is the Soothing Lake, and also where we live. Soothing Lake? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, Shouldn't I go to the Holy Tower? All the disciples who entered the Holy Land either went to the Holy Tower or the Holy Peak. Why did young Master Hao bring him here? The Holy Tower is where ordinary disciples stay, and you are my father's disciple. How can they compare to you? Young Master Hao smiled proudly. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Let's go. Young Master Hao smiled and soared into the sky, flying toward the small island in the center of the lake. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind young Master Hao, scanning the lake below. The surface of the lake was very calm, but there were turbulent waves below. He could even feel the aura of the emperor beasts under the lake. Young Master Hao explained, There are thousands of beasts hiding in this soothing lake. Among them, there are 10 war emperor-level beasts, responsible for protecting us. So many. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, What about the other beasts? Young Master Hao said, Sacred beasts. All of them? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes, all of them. Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. For someone of his cultivation level, this place was simply a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. A dozen breaths later, the two of them landed on the small island. On the small island, the fragrance of flowers was everywhere, and the scenery was pleasant. Lush green grass and verdant little trees swayed in the wind, displaying endless vitality. A clear stream meandered across the entire island. The stream flowed slowly, and colorful fish jumped up and down, adding to the tranquility of the place. In the center of the island, there were a total of 3 courtyards, standing side by side, only 100 meters apart. According to young Master Hao, the first courtyard was Wang Yue's residence. The second courtyard was young Master Hao's own. As for the third courtyard, it was Qin Feiyang's future residence. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. Compared to the second and third courtyards, the first courtyard was more beautiful and tidy. There were all kinds of flowers planted in the courtyard. On both sides of the gate, there were 2 vigorous peach trees, blooming with peach blossoms, and a strong fragrance. At this moment, Wang Yue was standing under the peach tree, and the petals fell down. Her hair and dress danced in the wind, making her look like a flower fairy, especially charming. Let me tell you, everything on this small island was basically arranged by Sister Yue, so you'd better not destroy it, or she will definitely come and find trouble with you. Young Master Hao warned in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's head suddenly swelled a little. He did not expect to live in the same place as Wang Yue. However, he was very satisfied with this place. Not only was the environment good, but it was also very quiet, very suitable for meditation. Third. The two of them walked along a winding path and arrived in front of the third courtyard. This was originally Gongsun Bei's residence, but later he moved to the Divine Envoy Hall because he had to take charge of the Divine Envoys. As young Master Hao spoke, he pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked in. There was a pavilion in the courtyard, surrounded by a flower bed. Most of the flowers had withered. Many petals had fallen on the ground, and they were already rotten, emitting a rotten smell. On one side of the pavilion, there was a 2-story pavilion with carved beams and painted rafters, and it was quite charming. Young Master Hao smiled and said, No one has lived here for a long time, and some places are a little messy. Clean it up yourself. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao looked up at the first courtyard and said in a low voice, "There's one more thing that I have to tell you. Don't enter my sister's courtyard without permission." "Why? Is there something that can't be exposed?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Isn't your imagination a little too rich?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and said, "She doesn't like others to disturb her." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, "That's very similar to me." "All right, you're all freaks. I'm the only normal one who likes to be lively. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a while. I really hope to see her face soon." Young Master Hao looked at the sky and laughed foolishly. Then, he opened the portal and left without looking back. Miss Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, shook his head, and began to tidy up the courtyard. Wang Yue looked at Qin Feiyang from afar, and also entered the pavilion without saying a word. An hour later, Qin Feiyang cleaned up the courtyard inside and outside, then went to take a bath, changed into a clean set of clothes, and sat on the balcony on the second floor. He took out the jade slip that the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion gave him and carefully looked through it. Isn't this the legendary invisibility technique? 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. This was a battle art that could make one invisible. It was called the concealment art. The concealment art did not have any offensive power, but it could hide one's body in the void and turn invisible. Even if you stood in front of others, they would not be able to see you. It could be said that as long as he mastered this concealment art, Qin Feiyang would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Then came the question. Why did the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion give him such a precious battle art? Chapter 974. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. So, he put it aside for the time being and meditated on the concealment spell. Time flew. 3 days later, in the evening, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and an obscure aura spread out from his body. The next moment, he disappeared on the terrace. And even his aura disappeared as if he had never appeared here. In fact, he was still on the terrace, but he had activated the concealment spell and no one could see him. Swish. Suddenly, a figure landed on the island out of thin air. It was Mr. Hao. In the past 3 days, he went to the Longfeng house on time every morning and came back on time at night. And when he saw Qin Feiyang meditating on the terrace, he didn't disturb Qin Feiyang for 3 days. But at this moment, seeing that there was no one on the terrace and there was no candlelight in the attic, Mr. Hao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Where did this guy go? He swooped down and landed in Qin Feiyang's courtyard, shouting, "Brother Mu, are you there?" No one answered. In fact, Qin Feiyang was now standing in front of Mr. Hao and waving at his eyes. But Mr. Hao didn't notice it at all. "Not here. This bastard is too unloyal. He didn't call me when he went out to have fun." After waiting for a long time and not hearing Qin Feiyang's response, Mr. Hao thought that Qin Feiyang had gone out. He cursed and returned to his courtyard. After Mr. Hao entered the attic, Qin Feiyang's figure appeared out of thin air. "It's really amazing." He looked at himself, his eyes full of surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked up at Wang Yue's courtyard. Because it was not far away, he could clearly see that there were wisps of candlelight in the attic where Wang Yue was. "If you don't give it to me, I'll get it myself." Qin Feiyang smiled, activated the concealment spell again, and walked into Wang Yue's courtyard openly. In the courtyard, hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing for beauty. The strong fragrance of flowers pervaded every corner of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang stood in the flowerbed and looked at the attic. The doors and windows were closed, and the candlelight came from a window on the left side of the first floor. He could clearly hear the sound of water coming from inside. "How do we get in?" Qin Feiyang hesitated. Although the concealment art could make him invisible, if he opened the window or door, it would definitely make a sound. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a window on the second floor that wasn't closed. Immediately, he leaped into the air and slipped in quietly. When Qin Feiyang entered the room, his body stiffened. The room was not big, but the decorations were very cozy. There was a bed beside it, covered with light pink bedding. There was also a dressing table beside the bed. In addition to all kinds of decorations, there was also a pile of dresses and even a piece of underwear. Obviously. This was Wang Yue's boudoir. Don't look at indecent things. Qin Feiyang quickly looked away. But just as he was about to leave the room, he looked at the dressing table again. This was because he found an exquisite Chenkuan pouch under the underwear. He had seen this Cosmos bag before. It was the Cosmos bag that Wang Yue usually used. The dress and underwear are all here. The Cosmos bag is also here. Could she be bathing downstairs? Qin Feiyang mumbled, his eyes shining. This was a good opportunity, of course. This so-called good opportunity was not to peek at Wang Yue bathing, but to seize the opportunity to take back the 10th part of the soul tampering skill. He walked to the dressing table, grabbed the Cosmos bag and began to search. Nothing. After searching for a while, he could not help but frown. There were a large number of herbs, elixirs, and even sacred weapons in the Cosmos bag, but he could not find the jade slip. This shouldn't be, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Tardier. Suddenly, there was a series of footsteps downstairs. He quickly put the Cosmos bag back to its original position, restrained his aura to the extreme, and stood quietly by the side. After all, Wang Yue was a 9-star combat sage. If he was not careful, she might discover him. Soon. A graceful figure entered the room. Qin Feiyang immediately turned his head and looked elsewhere. It was Wang Yue. But the current Wang Yue was simply deadly. She was wearing nothing except a white bath towel. Her 2 long legs, as well as half of her majestic twin peaks, were exposed. Her jade-like skin, her wet long hair, her languid demeanor, and her captivating eyes, every part of her was emitting a fatal seduction. What the hell? Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. Since he met this woman, he had been encountering such situations. Fortunately, he had strong willpower, otherwise, he would have had a nosebleed. After Wang Yue entered the room, she looked at the clothes and Cosmos bag on the dressing table and did not find anything strange. Then she walked to the closet at the side, found a clean towel, and wiped her wet long hair. Inside the wardrobe, in addition to all kinds of long dresses, there were also many small and exquisite undergarments. This is too torturous. Qin Feiyang only glanced at it casually, but his heart was already restless. But now, he didn't dare to move. He could only stand there and try not to look. However, it was not over yet. After Wang Yue wiped the water stains, she took off the bath towel wrapped around her body in front of Qin Feiyang. Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt an uncontrollable evil fire rising in his heart. His mouth was dry. The woman in front of him was completely standing in front of him. That slim waist, that soft and tender skin, when had he ever seen such a scene? The most torturous thing was that Wang Yue was not in a hurry to put on her clothes. She looked around in the closet as if she didn't know which one to wear. I shouldn't have broken in at this time. Qin Feiyang was extremely vexed. If Wang Yue found out, he would not only be known as a peeping Tom, but also suffer from Wang Yue's full revenge. About a dozen breaths later, the torture was finally over. Wang Yue found a sky blue long dress and put it on, which added a bit of elegance to her. Every color of clothes can give off a completely different flavor. This woman is really a natural beauty, Qin Feiyang murmured. Then Wang Yue sat on the edge of the bed, lowered her head and said nothing. All of a sudden, she waved her hand, and a stream of light rushed out of her body. It was a jade slip, which was suspended in front of Wang Yue. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No wonder he couldn't find it. It turned out that Wang Yue put it in her qi. He didn't expect this woman to be so cautious. However, the devil was 1 foot tall and the priest 10 feet tall. Now this great opportunity was in front of him. He walked up silently, grabbed the jade slip, and put it in his Chenkuan bag. At the same time, Wang Yue was stunned. She immediately straightened her body and scanned the void in surprise. What was going on? Where was the jade slip? Was there someone? She quickly looked around the room. But in the end, as if she had seen a ghost, a trace of panic appeared on her face. Because she didn't find anyone else in the room. She didn't even sense any other aura. Impossible. How can there be ghosts in this world? Even if there are ghosts, they can't snatch this jade slip. Someone must be behind this. Whoosh. She suddenly got up, her face full of anger. She rushed out of the window at lightning speed, closed her eyes, and sensed carefully. However, she didn't find a third person's aura on the island except for Mr. Howe's. Who is it? Get out here. She was so angry that she couldn't help but roar. Her voice resounded in all directions, and her eyes were as cold as ice. What's wrong, sister? Young Master Hao ran out in a hurry and looked at Wang Yue in surprise. Wang Yue said in a deep voice, "Someone stole the 10th part of the soul refining technique in front of me." Mr. Hao was a little confused. How could someone steal the 10th part of the soul refining technique in front of this demoness? After coming back to his senses, Mr. Hao said with a smile, "Sister, you must be joking." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Wang Yue suddenly lowered her head and stared at Mr. Hao with a sharp gaze. Mr. Hao's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she didn't seem to be joking. Whoosh. He landed beside Wang Yue in a flash and asked, "What's going on?" "Just now, I took out the jade slip and was sitting by the bed thinking about something. But suddenly, the jade slip disappeared in front of my eyes." Wang Yue said. This, Mr. Hao was stunned. It disappeared in front of his eyes. That was too strange. Was it haunted? He scanned the island in surprise. This situation could only be explained by a ghost. Whoosh. Suddenly, Wang Yue looked at Qin Feiyang's courtyard, her eyes flickering. Seeing this, Mr. Hao frowned and said, "Sister, are you suspecting your fiancé? Besides you, he's the only one who knows about the 10th part of the soul refining technique. Who else could it be?" Wang Yue gritted her teeth and had already locked onto Qin Feiyang. "It can't be him. Because when I came back, he wasn't here. He should have gone out." Mr. Hao said. "Not here." Wang Yue raised her eyebrows and said, "Before I took a shower, I specially observed him. At that time, he was still on the balcony. How could he not be here?" "It's true," Mr. Hao said. Wang Yue didn't believe it. She flew over Qin Feiyang's courtyard and shouted, "Moo, don't pretend. I know you're inside. Get out. Sister, he's not here. Would I lie to you?" Mr. Hao looked at her helplessly and said. Wang Yue turned a deaf ear and continued to shout, "Aren't you very powerful? Why do you dare to admit what you did? What kind of man are you?" However, there was dead silence in the courtyard. Not even a shadow appeared. "He's really not here?" Wang Yue raised her eyebrows. If it wasn't this bastard, who else could it be? The island was guarded by emperor beasts. If someone really sneaked in, it was impossible for there to be no sound at all. "Sister, this matter is too strange. Let's go to the old man immediately," Mr. Hao said in a deep voice. He sneaked in without anyone noticing and snatched the 10th part of the soul refining technique under Wang Yue's nose. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Wang Yue nodded. The two opened a portal and were about to walk in, but at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in the sky. "It's already dark. Where are you going?" Looking at Mr. Hao and Wang Yue, Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. "Where have you been?" Mr. Hao frowned and said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I went out for a walk." "What's wrong?" "There was a ghost incident just now," Mr. Hao said. "A ghost incident?" Chapter 975. Young Master Hao gave a brief account of what had happened. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Of course, he knew it, but he had to pretend. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Wang Yue angrily and said, "I told you to give me the 10th part of the soul refining technique, but you didn't listen. Now it's been snatched away. What do you think we should do? The 10th part is mine. Even if it's snatched away, what does it have to do with you?" Wang Yue was already full of anger. At this moment, when she heard Qin Feiyang's rebuke, she was undoubtedly angrier and directly went against Qin Feiyang. "Yours? Are you kidding? If you didn't snatch the 10th part with your relationship with Mr. Wang, how could it be yours? Let me tell you, if you don't get the 10th part back, I'll divorce you." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Young Master Hao's face changed and he hurriedly said, Brother Mu, you can't joke about this. I never joke. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, then quickly swooped down and disappeared in the attic. Divorce me? How dare you divorce me? Wang Yue was in disbelief. Although she didn't agree to the engagement, she could only accept it. But now, he actually threatened to divorce her. This was simply a humiliation to her. She couldn't tolerate it. She shouted at the attic, Okay, I can't ask for more. You'd better hurry up. Seeing that Wang Yue was also angry, young Master Hao rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Sister, can you calm down? I'm very calm. Wang Yue said. If you're calm, why did you say such angry words? If Ancestor Mu really divorces you now, do you know how many people will laugh at you behind your back? Young Master Hao said earnestly. I'm not afraid. Wang Yue said. You're not afraid, but what about Aunt, Uncle, and Mr. Wang? They'll definitely die of anger. Young Master Hao sighed. This marriage was a mistake in the first place. After saying that, Wang Yue turned around and left angrily. What a pair of enemies. Young Master Hao looked at the two courtyards and felt a headache coming on. The waning moon hung high in the sky, and the night was hazy. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment spell and stood on the balcony, looking at Wang Yue's back with a smile in his eyes. Although this woman was a little unreasonable, she was actually quite cute. A moment later, he retracted his gaze and took out the jade slip. No matter what, he had finally obtained the 10th part of the soul refining technique. He immediately turned around and entered the attic to comprehend in peace. And not long after, Chief Pagoda Master received young Master Hao's notice and sent people to investigate the island. However, they obviously didn't find anything. The next morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the attic and stood in the flower bed. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt refreshed. In just one night, he had mastered the soul refining technique. Of course, this was all thanks to the inheritance of the first Pagoda Master. If not for the insights and profoundness of the soul tempering art in the inheritance, given his current ability, he would not have been able to comprehend it no matter how much time he had. The ancients were right. As long as you are in a good mood, you will feel comfortable. Qin Feiyang stretched. With a slight thought, a stream of light swept out from between his eyebrows. This was a pentagram, blooming with dazzling light. And in the center of the pentagram, there were 3 words floating. Soul refining technique. The biggest advantage of the soul refining technique was that it didn't need to be deliberately activated. It would automatically temper one's mental strength. In other words, his current spiritual power was increasing every moment. Although it was not obvious, if he sensed it carefully, he could still detect it. Creak. Suddenly, there was the sound of the door opening. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, and the pentagram turned into a stream of light and merged into between his eyebrows. Then he looked up and saw young Master Hao coming out from next door. Morning. Qin Feiyang smiled and greeted him. Young Master Hao was startled. He looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he had discovered a new continent, and asked curiously, Why aren't you cultivating today? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, Do you really think I'm a cultivation maniac? That's good. Today is the day of the Dragon and Phoenix wine auction. Let's go and have a seat. Young Master Hao laughed. Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Young Master Hao was immediately displeased. Why are you so boring? Qin Feiyang said, It's not that I'm boring, it's that you're too bored. What's so good about that Dragon and Phoenix wine? Tasteless. Young Master Hao pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Did this have anything to do with taste? Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms buzzed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he looked at young Master Hao and said, I have something to do, let's meet another day. After saying that, he turned around and entered the attic, closing the door behind him. How did I make such a friend? Young Master Hao was stunned, then shook his head and sighed, and also opened the teleportation door and left. In the attic, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and Fatso's shadow quickly condensed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said, who is it? Pei Yi. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and said, where is he now? It's right outside my cave abode. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, give me the coordinates, I'll be there right away. After getting the coordinates, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation door. The next moment, he appeared in a cave abode. The cave was only 100 feet long. Other than a praying mat, a stone table, and 4 stone stools, there was nothing else. It was quite simple. However, it was very clean. Fatso walked forward and pointed to the door of the cave. He said to Qin Feiyang, he's outside. Qin Feiyang said, let him in. Fatso said loudly, senior brother Pei Yi, come in. Tardier. Accompanied by the silent sounds of footsteps, Pei Yi entered the cave and entered Qin Feiyang's sight. However, at this moment, Pei Yi was no longer as carefree and unrestrained as before. Instead, he seemed to be in agony. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and pointed to the stone stool beside him. He smiled and said, have a seat. Pei Yi looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting on a stone stool with his head hung low, remaining silent. Qin Feiyang also sat opposite Pei Yi and said, they must have told you everything. Yes. Pei Yi nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, what are your plans then? I don't know. I'm very conflicted now. Pei Yi shook his head with a look of agony on his face. Qin Feiyang said, I can understand how you feel, but he's still your father after all. What are you guys talking about? Fatso looked at the two of them in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and sighed. Pei Changfeng is his father. What? Fatso was dumbfounded. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Is he really dead? Pei Yi finally looked up and asked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei Yi fell silent again. After a long while, he said, can you take me to the place where he was buried? I'd like to bring his body back. Of course. However, is this your idea or your uncle's? Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Yi's uncle was naturally the leader of the divine python tribe. It's my idea. Pei Yi said. What about your uncle? Doesn't he want to bring your father's body back? Qin Feiyang asked with a frown. He definitely wants to, but he hasn't gotten over his grief yet. After all, they're biological brothers. We may be father and son, but we've never interacted with each other before. In fact, I don't have any impression of him at all. Pei Yi said bitterly. Qin Feiyang smiled. It was completely understandable. After all, Pei Changfeng left the divine python tribe not long after Pei Yi was born. How could Pei Yi have any impression of him? When do you plan to go? Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Yi said, if you have time, I'd like to go immediately. Qin Feiyang stood up and said with a smile, the deceased should be respected. I'll make time for you even if I don't have time. Let's go. Thank you. Pei Yi stood up and bowed to Qin Feiyang to express his gratitude. He then opened the portal and the two of them entered one after another. Fatty pondered for a moment, then also entered the portal. In the square of the Pill Pagoda, the things that were used for the ceremony a few days ago had been removed, and peace was restored. In the center of the square, the old man in black was still sitting cross-legged on the ground like a rock, guarding the teleportation altar. Greetings, Elder. After Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared, they immediately bowed to the old man in black. The black-clothed old man was the law-enforcing elder of the Pill Tower. His status was quite high, and he was also extremely strong. Normally, he did not smile, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of a smile crawled onto his old face. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Elder, the three of us would like to make a trip to the 9 regions. The old man in black said, if the people of the Central Divine Kingdom want to go to the 9 regions, they have to get the Chief Pagoda Master's permission first. Do you have it? It's too troublesome to go to the 9 regions with the Chief Pagoda Master's permission. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows without leaving a trace. He shook his head and said, no. The old man in black said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Compared to the first time they met, his attitude was much more polite. However, Pei couldn't help but feel anxious. He pleaded, "Elder, I'm going to the 9 regions for no other reason than to retrieve my father's body. Please make an exception." Body? The old man in black was stunned. He looked Pei up and down for a moment and said, "You're Pei from the Divine Python tribe?" "Yes, I am." Pei nodded. The old man in black said, "As far as I know, your father went missing, right?" "Yes. But now we've found him, but he's already dead." Pei looked sorrowful and his eyes were filled with pain. "I see. All right then, you can go, but you only have 3 days. You must come back within 3 days." The old man in black hesitated and nodded. "Thank you, Elder." Pei hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The old man in black waved his hand, and his battle chi surged and merged into the teleportation altar. Soon, the teleportation altar was activated. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 jumped onto the altar one after another, and their figures quickly disappeared. The 9th region, in the central square of the Ice Crystal City. No one was allowed to set foot here. Chapter 976. But suddenly, there was a deafening buzzing sound in the quiet square. "What's going on?" The group of guards looked toward the center of the square like startled rabbits. At that moment, their eyes widened. The teleportation altar was awakened. One of the leading guards shouted, "Quick, quick, quick. Be more spirited." There was only one explanation for the awakening of the teleportation altar. The big shots of the central divine kingdom had arrived. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the guards, 3 figures appeared above the teleportation altar out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. So young, looking at the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, the group of guards was a little stunned. But the next moment, they bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, my lords." "My lords." Fatso was stunned and chuckled. "That's a good name." The leading guard said respectfully, "My lords, is there anything I can do for you?" "No, you can go about your business." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and immediately opened the teleportation gate, leaving with Fatso and Pei Yi. "Captain, who are they? They look so young, but their auras are so strong." Several guards whispered with fear in their eyes. "I've never been to the Central Divine Kingdom. How would I know? But I'm sure that they have a certain status in the Central Divine Kingdom." The leading guard said. "What do you mean?" One of the guards asked suspiciously. "Aura." The aura of the 3 of them is very extraordinary. Especially the one who spoke. Although he looks ordinary, he exudes the aura of a king. Moreover, I can sense a great saint's aura from him, the leading guard said solemnly. "Sage aura. Then isn't he a battle sage? He's already a battle sage at such a young age. How terrifying is his talent." The group of guards was dumbfounded. The legendary Central Divine Kingdom was really scary, but they would never have thought that the person they were afraid of was Qin Feiyang, the person they wanted to kill. At the same time, the 3rd zone, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 arrived above a glacier. Below, the mountain ranges were covered in white snow. Qin Feiyang scanned the glacier below and said, "Your father is buried here." "Where?" Pei Yi was a little nervous and a little hesitant. "This used to be an ice valley. Later, in order to bury your father, I shattered the ice valley. As for the exact location, even now, I don't know. However, it won't be difficult to find him." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his big hand reached out in the air, and Saint Might poured down like a waterfall. Rumble. Immediately, the glacier shattered, the snow melted, and a large crater gradually appeared. As the glacier and snow continued to fuse together, the crater grew deeper and deeper, reaching a diameter of over a dozen miles. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a bottomless pit. It was a spectacular sight. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he said to Pei Yi, "Come with me." Whoosh. The 3 of them immediately turned in the air and swooped down into the crater. Before they reached the bottom, an ice sculpture entered their line of sight. The ice sculpture stood at the bottom of the crater, and cold air was rising. And inside, there was a middle-aged man in purple clothes lying down. He looked to be in his 40s and had a rough face. There were some white hair at his temples, and his clothes were tattered. There were also bruises all over his body. It was Pei Changfeng. Although it had been more than a year since Qin Feiyang buried him, his body was still the same as before. There were no signs of decay at all. Whoosh! The three of them landed in front of the ice sculpture one after another. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and silently took a few steps back. Pei Yi looked at the person in the ice sculpture and did not go forward for a long time, seemingly a little reluctant. Thump! After a long time, he knelt in front of the ice sculpture feebly. Do you know? Although I often tell others that I hate you very much and don't want to see you, I've actually been waiting for you to come back. Do you know how much I yearned for your love and care? But in the end, you made me wait for the news of your death. Do you know how much pain and despair I felt? I remember when I was young, I was so envious of other children who acted coquettishly in front of their fathers. I wanted you to hug me too. But this little wish was just an extravagant hope in my eyes. I can't accept it. Can you tell me what you've been doing all these years? Have you ever thought of coming back to see me? Answer me. Pei Yi muttered to himself, tears blurring his vision. He was getting more and more emotional. In the end, he lay on the ice sculpture and screamed hysterically. Looking at Pei Yi's miserable appearance, Fatso also felt sad and said, "Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let's go out for a walk." "I'll go too," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi finally saw his father. Although he had passed away, he definitely had a lot to say to him. Besides, Pei Yi needed some time to get a grip on his emotions. The two of them did not disturb Pei Yi and quietly flew out of the deep pit. Fatty glanced at the vast expanse of white glacier and shook his head with a sigh. Things in this world are really coincidental. Yeah. When I found out that Pei Changfeng was Pei Yi's father, I was also shocked. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned and said, "But how did Pei Changfeng die? Is it really an unsolved case?" Qin Feiyang also fell into deep thought. Although they were not sure about Pei Changfeng's specific strength, they could guess that he must be very strong after knowing his identity. After all, if Pei Changfeng was not strong, the previous chief of the divine python tribe would not have let him inherit the position of chief. Therefore, there were probably not many people in the 9 regions who could kill Pei Changfeng. There might not even be one. Boss, Fat Lord suddenly thought of the Black Lion tribe, the Red Flame tribe, and the Sea tribe. Fatso said. "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. "I don't know. However, when the chiefs of the 3 tribes came here to look for the ice blade, does it mean that they already knew about the existence of the ice blade in advance? If that's the case, how did they know? Did they receive the news by chance? Or did they see the ice blade with their own eyes?" Fatso's face was full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "You mean, the people of the 3 tribes may have seen Pei Changfeng before?" "It's possible." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "If they really saw him, they might know the cause of his death. Let's go, we'll go to the 3 tribes immediately. By the way, do you have the coordinates of the 3 tribes?" Although it was just a guess, it was still necessary to verify it. Of course. Back then, Master Fatty, Brother Wolf, and the others had ransacked the 3 big tribes. Chapter 977. Black Lion Tribe. In a small courtyard. 2 black-clothed old men sat opposite each other. Outside the small courtyard, a group of youths were naked and practicing martial arts on the snow. Although they were very young, only 12 or 13 years old, and their faces were red from the cold, none of them complained. Their faces were resolute. Since the chief and the high priest were killed, our Black Lion tribe is no longer what it used to be, but our hope is not yet destroyed. Yes. These children are our hope. It's a pity that Qin Feiyang and those bastards robbed our treasury. Otherwise, with our foundation, these children wouldn't have to work so hard. Looking at those youths, the 2 black-clothed old men's faces were full of gratification, but there was also a trace of hatred in their eyes. This hatred was naturally targeted at Qin Feiyang and the others. Haven't you heard of the saying, "No pain, no gain"? But at this moment, with a faint laugh, Qin Feiyang and Fatso appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. "Who is it?" The two old men were shocked and immediately stood up, looking at the two of them warily. The group of youths outside also stopped practicing martial arts and looked at the two of them curiously. The tribesmen further away also put down what they were doing and came over, looking extremely unfriendly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the tribesmen of the Black Lion tribe indifferently, looked at the two old men, and asked, "Who is in charge of the Black Lion tribe now?" "Us. I'm the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe." "I'm the second elder. May I ask why the two of you have come to our Black Lion tribe?" The two old men introduced themselves and asked. Qin Feiyang did not answer and asked, "So, as long as Kui Chengqing knows, you also know?" Kui Chengqing was the chief of the Black Lion tribe. "What on earth do you want?" The two old men frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out his identity token, and said, "I'm from the Central Divine Kingdom's main tower. I'm here to investigate the cause of a person's death." The Central Divine Kingdom. Immediately, everyone's eyes trembled, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Because none of them had been to the Central Divine Kingdom, they had no idea what the token in Qin Feiyang's hand represented. But, if the other party was really from the Central Divine Kingdom, he could not afford to offend them. The two old men looked at each other and bowed. "Greetings, sirs." Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the token, and said, "Do you know someone called Pei Changfeng?" Pei Changfeng? Hearing this name, a trace of suspicion crept into their eyes. "That's him." Fatso waved his hand, and Pei Zhangfeng's shadow quickly condensed in the void. "Who is he?" The members of the Black Lion tribe looked at Pei Zhangfeng's figure with puzzlement on their faces. However, Qin Feiyang caught a hint of bewilderment in the eyes of the Grand Elder and Second Elder. In such a situation, doubt and bewilderment meant two different things. Doubt meant that they were completely unaware, and bewilderment meant that the two of them had definitely seen Pei Zhongfeng, but at least they knew of his existence. However, Qin Feiyang did not point it out, and said, "Have you never seen him before?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. The Grand Elder and Second Elder also shook their heads. Fatso's eyes revealed disappointment, and said in a low voice, "It seems that we guessed wrong." "No. We didn't guess wrong. It's just that someone refuses to tell the truth." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the Grand Elder and said indifferently, "Tell me everything you know." "They know." Fatso was stunned for a moment, then glared at the two of them and shouted, "Since you know, then why don't you say it? Are you courting death?" The two of them trembled both physically and mentally, and were a little flustered by Qin Feiyang and Fatso's gaze. "Don't be nervous. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't hurt a single clansman of your Black Lion tribe. But if you dare to continue hiding it, your Black Lion tribe will face the danger of being exterminated today," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. But at the end of his sentence, the holy might roared out and instantly enveloped the entire Black Lion tribe. Everyone was suffocating under the pressure. The two old men were also trembling both physically and mentally, their eyes filled with disbelief. He looked so young, but he was actually a battle saint. As for the Black Lion tribe, as a super tribe in the third region, they once had a war saint. That was the leader and the high priest. However, these two people had both died at the hands of Qin Feiyang in the end, so the strongest one was the Nine-Star War sect. Facing a war saint, the Nine-Star War sect had no power to resist. Seeing that the deterrence had been achieved, Qin Feiyang also withdrew his holy might, looked at the Grand Elder, and said indifferently, "Speak." The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded and said, "We have indeed seen him before." "You've really seen him before?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso were stunned. Then Fatso asked, "Where have you seen him?" The Grand Elder wiped his cold sweat and said with his head lowered, "White Crane Mountain Range." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Where is White Crane Mountain Range?" The Grand Elder said, "Not far, it's in the south, only a dozen miles away from here." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What is Pei Changfeng doing in White Crane Mountain Range?" "He is fighting with someone." The Grand Elder said. "Who?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "We don't know, but we know that they are brothers." "Brothers?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "How do you know that they are brothers?" The Grand Elder said, because Pei Changfeng calls that person little brother. Little brother. Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at each other. Could it be that the person who fought with Pei Changfeng back then was the current leader of the Divine Python tribe? But wasn't this too inconceivable? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Do you know what that person looks like?" I know. It's a middle-aged man, his cultivation is very strong, and his temperament is also very extraordinary." The Grand Elder raised his hand and waved. Battle chi surged and quickly condensed into a figure in the void. It's really him. Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at the virtual figure, their faces full of disbelief. This person in front of them, if not the current leader of the Divine Python tribe, who else could it be? In other words, what the leader of the Divine Python tribe said to Qin Feiyang at that time was all lies, and Pei Changfeng's death was completely a conspiracy. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to know the details." Good. As long as you don't hurt us, we will tell you everything." The Grand Elder and the Grand Elder nodded. "I remember that back then, we were discussing some matters with the leader, but suddenly we heard a loud noise. Out of curiosity, we rushed to the White Crane Mountain Range and happened to see two people fighting, and we also heard their conversation. The two slowly told the unknown secret of that year." The more Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder listened, the more surprised they became. It turned out that, back then, the previous leader of the Divine Python tribe did want to pass the position to Pei Changfeng. And it was not as the current leader of the Divine Python tribe said, that Pei Changfeng did not want to take over the position. On the contrary, Pei Changfeng was very willing. But the current leader of the Divine Python tribe had long coveted the position of the leader. So he set up a trap, tricked Pei Changfeng into coming to the 9 major areas, and assassinated him. In other words, Pei Changfeng died in the hands of his younger brother. Fatso clenched his hands and said in disgust, "He even killed his own brother. This person is vicious. Are status and power really so important? This is what it means to know what is in a person's heart. Before you completely understand a person, you will never know what kind of person he is." Chapter 978. The Grand Elder said, later, Pei Changfeng was no match for him. He seemed to have been poisoned in advance, but he managed to escape in the end. Poisoned? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. His face turned black, and his lips turned purple. There was no other explanation other than being poisoned. The Grand Elder nodded. Qin Feiyang pointed at the phantom of the Divine Python tribe's leader and said, "Then did he continue to chase after Pei Changfeng?" "Of course. We searched everywhere, but Pei Changfeng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. He never appeared again. Not long after, this person also left. From then on, he never appeared again." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is of great importance. Are you sure that what you're saying is the truth?" "I swear. Not only did we see it, but the people of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe also saw it. Because our 3 tribes surrounded the White Crane Mountain Range in a tripartite formation. If there was any movement in the White Crane Mountain Range, we would hear it. At that time, the leaders of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe, the High Priest, and the elders were also nearby to observe. However, because Pei Changfeng and Li Zhongfeng were too strong, and they had the sacred weapon in their hands, we all hid in the dark, not daring to show ourselves." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "So later, your 3 tribes searched everywhere for Pei Changfeng, wanting to get the sacred weapon on his body. How do you know?" The Grand Elder was surprised. Fatso sneered, "What a joke. Don't you know who we are? Do you think you can hide that from us?" The Grand Elder bitterly smiled and nodded. "That's right. At that time, Pei Changfeng was heavily injured and poisoned. The people of our 3 tribes all believed that he wouldn't live for long, so we searched everywhere. The heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. Finally, one day, we found his body. But at that time," Qin Feiyang said, "at that time, Qin Feiyang appeared. Not only did he kill the leaders of your 3 tribes, but he also stole the sacred weapon, right?" The Grand Elder looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Zhongfeng, dumbfounded. They even knew this. These 2 were too scary. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The Grand Elder nodded his head and bowed, extremely terrified. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, who else knows about this except for the 3 big tribes? No. The Grand Elder shook his head. Very well. From today onwards, all of you will keep this secret to yourselves. Because once it is leaked out, it will definitely bring about a calamity to all of you. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, let's go. Fatso opened the teleportation gate, and the two were about to enter. But at this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand and said, Sirs, please wait. What is it? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned his head to look at the Grand Elder in confusion. The great clan elder took out a recording crystal and said, I still have a recording from that year, it should be useful to you. Recording? Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at each other. Fatso was surprised and asked, what recording? The Grand Elder said, it's the recording of Pei Changfeng and that person fighting. It also recorded their complete conversation. The two of them were stunned. With the recording, wasn't it equivalent to irrefutable evidence? Qin Feiyang immediately took out the recording crystal and said with a smile, well done, quickly send it to me. However, the Grand Elder did not immediately send it to Qin Feiyang, as if he had something to say, but did not dare to say it. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously, but soon understood that this person obviously wanted to get some benefits. He said, Fatso, give them some body tempering pills. Body tempering pills? The Grand Elder frowned. Who didn't have body tempering pills? This is not an ordinary body tempering pill. Fatso coldly snorted and waved his hand. Accompanied by a dazzling light, hundreds of pills appeared on the ground in front of the Grand Elder. These pills basically all had 4 pill patterns, and there were even some that had 5 pill patterns. The Grand Elder was stunned. The people of the Black Lion tribe were also dumbfounded. The eyes of those youths were filled with desire. Although the body tempering pills were very ordinary and cheap, body tempering pills with pill patterns were rare. Especially with so many pill patterns. As everyone knew, the more pill patterns there were, the better the effect. And these 4 and 5 pill patterns body tempering pills, it was no exaggeration to say that just 1 pill was enough to let a newcomer lay a solid foundation. Therefore, to the youths of the Black Lion tribe, these body tempering pills were more precious than any high-grade pills. However, when the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe came back to his senses, he was still not very satisfied. Don't be too greedy, or else don't talk about benefits, your lives might not even be saved. Qin Feiyang lightly said. The Grand Elder's eyes trembled. For a moment, he was blinded by greed and forgot that the person in front of him was a battle sage. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly established a contract with Qin Feiyang. Then, he sent the video to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer and brought Fatso back to the place where Pei Changfeng was buried. Pei Yi had calmed down a lot and stood silently in front of the ice sculpture, his tears dry. Qin Feiyang walked over and patted Pei Yi on the shoulder, saying, it's getting late, we should go back. Okay. Pei Yi nodded and took another deep look at Pei Changfeng in the ice sculpture before keeping it in his heaven and earth bag. Qin Feiyang said, I've been wanting to ask you a question. What is it? Pei Yi looked at him suspiciously. Where's your mother? Qin Feiyang said. Mother. Pei Yi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes filled with pain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, forget it if you don't want to answer. Phew. Pei Yi heaved a long sigh and said, I heard from my second uncle that ever since my father left, my mother had been depressed. When I was 1.5 years old, she passed away from depression. Passed away from depression? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If it were in the past, he would definitely believe it. However, now that he knew the truth, Pei Yi's mother's death was probably not that simple. Fatso said, Boss, should we tell him the truth? Let's wait for a while. Qin Feiyang thought about it and said to himself. Pei Yi's heart was now full of scars. If he were to be told the truth at this time, he would probably break down. Buzz. Next, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and the three of them arrived at the Ice Crystal City in the 9th zone. He then opened the teleportation altar and directly returned to the main pagoda. Next, Pei Yi returned to the Divine Python tribe to bury Pei Changfeng. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also returned to the Warrior Mountain Range and the Sacred Ground. Calming Lake. It was quiet and peaceful. Qin Feiyang sat in the hall of the attic and looked at the image in the void in front of him. In the image, Pei Changfeng and the current leader of the Divine Python tribe were fighting fiercely in the sky above a mountain range. Blood splattered and the mountains and rivers were shattered. And just as the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe said, Pei Changfeng did show signs of being poisoned. In the end, the leader of the Divine Python tribe suddenly took out a long spear and pierced Pei Changfeng's heart. The long spear was black and shining, and its sharpness could split the sky. It was also a sacred weapon. After that, Pei Zhongfeng escaped from the mountain range with the ice blade. Power, status, what a harmful thing. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and waved his hand. The image disappeared and then he put away the image crystal, got up and walked to the balcony on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. The next morning.